Welcome to a Legalbytes presentation of the Karen Reed murder trial. If you're new here, my name is Alita. I'm a lawyer licensed in California and DC, and on this channel we make sense of the law one bite at a time. If you want more on the background of the Karen Reed case, check out our video on it linked in the description below. But otherwise, you be the jury. Did Karen Reed murder her Boston PD boyfriend John O'Keefe, or is she being framed by local police who Reed says are actually responsible for O'Keefe's death? Tell us what you think. But in the process, the one rule is don't be a dingus. Remember, everyone comes from their own perspective and opinion, and everyone comes to conclusions at their own pace. Agree or disagree, but always respectfully. Okay, let's get into it. All right, folks. So, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Happy Monday. I hope you guys are having a great Monday. Hope that your weekend was great. Okay, so there was just a hearing that happened just before the jury was brought in, and I admit I forgot about this hearing over the weekend. And so this was on a motion that was filed by the prosecution about the defense expert that they are trying to pull in, who is a former ER doctor from LA, a former or actually I think still a consultant with the LA County Coroner's Office. This is a medical expert who would be able to testify about John O'Keefe's injuries, and specifically, partly specifically about the injuries on his arm, testifying that they are a result of a dog bite as opposed to road rash, et cetera, et cetera. So of course, all of this stuff from the perspective of the defense. So I asked in the chat just before going live, would folks want to listen to or watch the hearing at 1.25x speed to kind of get caught up, or just skip it? And so overwhelmingly, folks said, let's watch it fast. So, if there's any kind of delays, I'll skip through that, obviously. So that's what we'll do. We'll get caught up by watching the hearing first, and then we'll skip through the whatever breaks. So I did see some of the conclusion that was posted by journalists that were in the room on Twitter. When I first popped on, the hearing had already ended, I guess. So I thought that it wasn't caught on camera at first. So anyway, so let's go back and watch it anyhow. Here we go. And I did see in the chat that somebody said that the sound goes out at the end. So where that goes out, we'll have it on with closed captions on. So maybe that'll catch it. So, whatever, we'll figure that out. Also, just to let you guys know, based on my surroundings, maybe you can tell I am still on an island. So if the internet, we get some spottiness that would come and go. Okay, there we go. The the timing of that was perfect, right? Okay. Okay, let's get into it, shall we? Let's play the hearing, and yeah.
The Commonwealth is just seeking that the defendant produce what the Commonwealth is entitled to under Rule 14 and what every criminal defendant in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts must produce to the prosecution. It was not until the day prior to trial on April 15, 2024, that the defendant provided notice of all their experts. During
What happened? What just happened? Why did this?
Jury empanelment, the Commonwealth filed a renewed motion for reciprocal discovery, and the defendant was ordered within a week to produce the expert opinion testimony that the Commonwealth is entitled to. We are now entering, I believe, week 8 of the trial. The Commonwealth has not received any intended expert opinions, anything that those experts, any written reports, opinions, or anything that those experts have based their opinions on. Essentially, the defendant's strategic decisions not to retain their own expert, but rather rely on the U.S. Attorney's Office investigation, does not alleviate them or relieve them from their Rule 14 obligations. As it pertains to Dr. Marie Russell, the Commonwealth did not receive notice that she's an intended expert until about week 6 of the trial on May 21st. And it wasn't until May 30th that the defendant provided a brief synopsis of what her expected testimony would be. Essentially, and looking at the balancing tests set forth by the case law, the Commonwealth was extremely surprised by this disclosure. And further, the Commonwealth would put that the defendant's delayed decisions to produce reciprocal discovery is in bad faith. it is intended to ambush the Commonwealth and conduct a trial by surprise. We are still receiving reciprocal discovery. Over the weekend, we received additional photographs that the defendant intends to use. The Commonwealth is extremely prejudiced by these delayed disclosures. So looking at all the balancing factors, exclusion of Dr. Russell is really the only remedy that's appropriate given that we are in week 8 of the trial. The Commonwealth cannot seek a continuance. The Commonwealth is has their hands tied with how to effectively prepare for cross-examination of that witness as well as all the other witnesses. We don't have any materials. We don't know what the experts' precise opinions are and what they were testified to. And it's essentially, it is in bad faith and there's no less severe sanction. So the Commonwealth would move to exclude Dr. Russell. And at this point, we are essentially just seeking the reciprocal discovery that the Commonwealth is entitled to be able to effectively prepare cross-examination of these witnesses so late in the game. Thank you very much.
All right, who's arguing this for the defendant?
Really quick here. So that was Miss McLaughlin. I want to say Katie, but that's the paramedic, but also same last name. I don't think that they're related. I feel like that would have needed to be probably disclosed or would have come up at some point. But this is the first time that we've heard from her in the courtroom, or at least that I've heard from her in the courtroom. So interesting. So this is one reason why you've got a second chair, even if they're not speaking up much, they will be Laura. Thank you, Draco Amy. So this is Laura McLaughlin. So this is, an example of having a second chair that doesn't say much in the courtroom, but maybe it's opportunities like this that they'll have to be able to make arguments in front of the judge. I do wish that the judge would go back to what she has learned throughout the trial, which is to back off the mic as she's sitting there. She was sighing a couple times, which was interesting. Typically those sighs came when the defense was speaking as opposed to the prosecution. And she was breathing right up into that mic. Anyway, she's been doing so well for the last month, I want to say, ever since it seemed like maybe someone had tipped her off as to how everybody could hear her breathing directly into it. Anyway, the Rubber Duck 77, thank you so much for becoming a YouTube member. Welcome to Bike Club. Very happy to have you here. Also, Heather Miller, welcome to Bike Club. Very happy to have you here as well. So for both of you, I hope you can join us for our next members only live stream at 10 a.m. East Coast time Fridays. This Friday, however, we have trial, and Friday, Saturday. I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it up on Saturday because I am going to be traveling back overseas to the office, to our overseas home again. So it's going to be quite a long haul. I don't know that I'm going to be able to make up the members only stream this week. So I apologize for that. I really try to do that every single week, but sometimes something like that happens when I can't. So, but anyway, thank you so much for becoming members, and we'll make up for it on the next one for sure. Okay, let's continue. Let's see what the defense is going to say now.
There's no mic at counsel table, so I'm going to go to the podium with the court's permission. We need to be heard on this.
That's why we're here, Mr. Yannetti.
Thank you. I'd like to start with the most outrageous and false assertion that the Commonwealth made in its motion.
Can I just ask you, there's no jury here. Can I just ask you how long this is going to take?
Between 5 and 10 minutes.
Okay. Because I don't need, the hyperbole.
I need to make my argument in the way that I think is most effective for my client. I will keep this brief and succinct, but I have points to make that I need to put on record.
Okay, and I'm the person you are trying to convince, correct?
I understand that. The Commonwealth, in a public filing, wrote the following on page 3 of its motion. Quote,
I think that her implication there was, okay, yeah, there are cameras here, but don't play up for the cameras. The jury's not here, cameras are here. You're not trying to convince the jury. Don't do this for the cameras. I'm the one that you need to convince. So, which I don't know, is annoying, but at the same time is kind of also fair, right? Because a lot of times you'll see a difference in attorneys in the way that they argue depending on whether or not the jury is there. And this is one that is going to be decided by the judge. You also don't want to annoy her with the way that you are making your arguments. That shouldn't be the reason why she makes a particular decision, but it does happen. So, of course, this is right before he leads into it. He hasn't said anything particularly crazy, other than, I don't know. He hasn't said anything crazy, in my opinion, to warrant that kind of a response, other than she probably has just been conditioned to think that he's going to be grandstanding because there are cameras there. I don't know, but whatever. His response was, I think it's fine, because he's like, look, I've got to zealously advocate for my client, and that's what I need to do.
During a pretrial hearing on February 15th, When asked by the court whether there was any dispute about a canine's involvement or canine DNA, Attorney Yannetti indicated no, and that the defense was not pursuing such claim. I was astounded to read that for two reasons. First of all, it is false. It is a lie. Second, the Commonwealth has knowingly lied about something where it's easily verifiable that they lied.
Oh.
We pulled the tape from February 15th.
I don't have that.
I'm sorry?
I don't have that in my motion.
It's on page 3, Your Honor.
I have the Commonwealth's renewed motion for reciprocal discovery, a motion to exclude defendant's expert, Dr. Marie Russell. I don't see your name at all, Mr. Yannetti. I'm on page 3.
Sorry, it's not page 3, it's page 4. My apologies. My name is right there on page 4. It says exactly what I just argued to the court. It's about the 5th line down. It starts during a final pretrial hearing on February 15th, exactly
Okay.
as I said.
Okay.
All right? We pulled the tape from that February 15th hearing. Here is what was actually said. This court asked me the following, quote, while we're talking about DNA, Mr. Yannetti, do we need to be concerned about canine DNA? Where do we stand with that? I replied, no, I think this is the only outstanding DNA issue. The court then replied, okay, so all right, we're not dealing with canine DNA. And I said, no. There is nothing in there, contrary to what the Commonwealth has represented to this court in a public filing, that I said there was no canine involvement. There is nothing in there, contrary to what the canine represented to this court and to the public, that the defense was not pursuing such a claim. Can you imagine the nerve of the Commonwealth to spin that into
This is the hyperbole I don't need. Could you please get to the point?
Your Honor,
We've got a jury.
We were only discussing at that time whether canine DNA was still outstanding, and I succinctly replied, no. And they've spun that, or tried to spin that, into a claim that we're somehow waiving our right to argue that John O'Keefe's arm injuries were consistent with a dog attack. And I ask you, have they no shame? I'm sure it's not lost on this court that this false filing by the Commonwealth comes on the heels of their nefarious attempt to pass off an inverted video, a false video, before this good jury hearing this case. Never once during the direct examination of Sergeant Bukhenik did they inquire or mention the fact that the video...
Can we please, all right, I'm going to stop you. Please direct your comments to Rule 14 and the reciprocal discovery obligations that the defense has. That's what this motion is. I know you have a speech you want to make, Mr. Yannetti.
It's not a, Your Honor, most respectfully, it's not a speech. It's
Okay,
a
so...
defense of being alleged to have committed bad faith.
So you've moved on from that. So please just focus on Rule 14 and let's do it in two separate parts. So tell us.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
So you've changed, you're not calling Frank Sheridan,
No,
right?
we are calling Frank Sheridan.
All right. So you've got a new medical, Dr. Russell. We'll do that part of it separately. Tell me about what you've provided the Commonwealth on Chris Van E.
They've gotten his CV and they've gotten...
okay. So I don't like the way that she cut him off in that way. I don't like the way that she cut him off in that way because it's, you know, even if you're feeling impatient, even if you're feeling like the jury is having to wait. I'm sorry, the jury can wait. The defendant has certain rights, and certain rights have to be protected, and that includes being able to make certain arguments so that the defendant can put on the case. It's just I have an issue with her just completely cutting off his argument and being like, well, you know, sorry, this is hyperbole. Allow him to make the argument, even if it is starting to verge on hyperbole, even if it is getting particularly passionate. I don't like it. I don't like her just completely cutting him off and being like, no, you're not allowed to make this argument. You have to move on. I'm not a fan. I'm not going to lie. You know, there's been a lot about her being biased here and there because of the way that she says, you know, sustained and then I'll allow it as opposed to, you know, overruled. I don't care about that kind of stuff. But something like this bothers me a bit more because you're not allowing him to make an argument on behalf of his client as to why they should be able to have a particular expert witness to testify about a particular matter, which what he's getting at is he's talking about potentially material misrepresentations that have been made by the prosecution. So I don't I don't know. John O'Rourke, thanks so much for the super chat. Strong response. Yes, also definitely not warranted. The jury didn't see this motion. Who is he performing for? The jury is always number one. IMO politely disagree. But see, at the same time, though, he has an ethical duty to zealously advocate on behalf of his client. And if that's just the tone that he typically has with a particular in a courtroom, then that's his tone in a courtroom. So, there's two ways of looking at it. For me here, I say the judge should be erring on the side of hearing out the argument rather than cutting it off completely and saying this is all just hyperbole. If he says that it's going to be 5 minutes and then it's starting to get to be much longer than that, then say, okay, you've had your 5 minutes. But he barely got into it and she cut him off. I don't like that.
Substance of his opinion from us. And they've had that for a long time. Gotten the substance of his
Commonwealth on Chris Van E.
They've gotten his CV and they've gotten the substance of his opinion from us. To his testimony.
All right, so it's starting to look like we might need a whole day of voir dire, and I'm trying to avoid that. So is the Commonwealth satisfied that when did you provide anything recently since the filing of the Commonwealth's motion, Mr. Yannetti?
Not on Mr. Van, no.
What does the Commonwealth have on Mr. Van E?
On Mr. Van E, all the Commonwealth has is what's contained, the synopsis on page 2, the first full paragraph. We do not know what his opinions are. It says he'll testify regarding his opinions and conclusions about reconstruction and EDR data obtained in connection with this case. He'll testify to chronological data derived from the EDR, including key cycles and triggering events from the time period in question. I have no understanding or information about what chronological data he's going to testify to, what his ultimate opinions are, anything beyond that relatively vague synopsis that does not comply with Rule 14.
Okay.
Similarly, what's outlined in the rest of the motion, that's all the expert evidence the Commonwealth has received from the defense is contained within the Commonwealth's motion.
Okay. So the defense needs to provide, I'd suggest you listen, the defense needs to provide what chronological data Mr. Van E relied upon and exactly what his opinion is.
Sure.
All right, by the close of business tomorrow.
That's fine.
All right. Now, regarding the 3 experts from ARCCA. So I've read that report. I can't tell who does what or what the basis of their opinion is. So what have you provided?
Your Honor, we've provided everything that we know. We've mentioned to this court at sidebar, these experts did not arise from us.
I understand that.
These experts were hired by the federal government, and they provided a report to us pursuant to the TUI request, and it was specifically outlined that and ruled that they could not prep with us for trial.
So I'm to believe that the defense is calling 3 witnesses that you've never spoken to and putting them on the stand here
that's essentially it. We've spoken to them only for the purposes of coordination of their testimony and their background. That's it. We have not been able to interview them regarding their findings, which are outlined in detail in the reports that both sides have.
See, I don't see that as being, I don't see that as being detailed. It leaves a lot of questions as the gatekeeper as to what they can testify to.
Well,
and you have not complied with your Rule 14 obligations.
We can't, Your Honor. We can't.
So you can't, but you haven't. So I am left with you haven't complied. So we need to get everybody here for voir dire. They can testify in voir dire, right?
Yes.
We need to do that well in advance of their testimony.
Okay, that's fine, Your Honor.
All right.
Yeah.
And now tell me about this ER doc. Is she an ER doc? I haven't seen her. She's not a pathologist, correct?
She's a pathologist, but she has a lot of experience in an ER, which is why she has the experience of having seen dog scratches and dog bites and dog attacks.
All right. So this is not somebody that was involved in the federal investigation, correct?
Correct.
All right. So you need to provide immediately. I want a voir dire of her this week. So we can get her here Wednesday, and we want the other folks up here from Pennsylvania this week as well.
Okay, well, we'll make those calls.
So we need to pick a day. How long do you expect the voir dire of each of these witnesses? If in fact the defense has not spoken to these witnesses from Pennsylvania about the nature of their opinion, you must want it too, to be able to question them. How long do you expect the voir dire of each of these witnesses to take? I went and told the jury last week, last week that we were going to get them this case by the end of the month based on your representations, which included voir dires. It looks like at least a day of voir dire hearings here.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So there's going to be at least one voir dire this week. There's going to be another one well in advance of their case in chief. Okay.
At least with regard to the, of course, at least with regard to the ARPA witnesses, that's my co-counsel's bailiwick. He anticipates that unless there are, a substantial number of objections during the voir dire, he anticipates being able to accomplish that between 45 minutes to an hour with each of those three. With regard to Dr. Russell, we
Two. Are you calling the two that are certified as accident reconstructionists?
Doctors Richler and Wolf. Yes.
Oh, this is where the sound goes out, I suppose. Okay. Okay, sound is out. So we'll fast forward until we hear something, if we hear something. Okay, so that's the end of it. All right, so we are going to skip through this here. Okay, now we're about 20 minutes behind with the jury coming in. Okay, let's get some questions here, and then we're gonna get into it. So it sounds like this is what happened. There were a number of expert witnesses that the defense became aware of as a result of the federal grand jury hearing that happened, and as a result of that, they decided to call on these expert witnesses. So the folks that have been talking about experts that testified at the grand jury hearing, these are probably them. We're probably going to hear from them. There's been some interesting stuff that's come out from that grand jury hearing. For example, there was one expert who had testified something like, it was an accident reconstructionist who said something like that these injuries were completely inconsistent with a car accident, things like that. So that is going to be very, very interesting to hear from them. Now, the issue as to the timing. Now, Judge Cannone also, referred to Rule 14 here, and we got a couple questions on like what is Rule 14. Now, so Draco Amy and Desiree Bula, what is Rule 14? That is having to do with pretrial discovery. So that is discovery that has to be handed over from one side to another by a certain deadline. Now, if information, however, comes up after the deadline and neither side knew about it, then, and then one of them discovers it. Obviously, it seems like they probably discovered it at the same time because this hearing happened. I would imagine this was after the discovery cutoff deadline. Then you've got some different rules, because how can you have provided it if you didn't know that it existed in the first place, and it was no fault of your own that you didn't have it or you didn't have access to it. So there's a little bit of a difference there. So the judge, it sounds like, is probably my guess. My guess is that, other than she doesn't have some concrete information or enough concrete information, in her opinion, to be able to make a determination in advance, like at this stage of the case, to be able to determine whether or not they should be admitted as experts, whether or not they should be allowed to testify as to what they anticipate they're going to be testifying to. The defense said that they've submitted reports, and that therefore that those reports are give everything as to what they can testify to, and that those are enough. She says that's not enough. We've got to have a whole long voir dire of these guys. Voir dire meaning questioning to determine like what it is that they're going to be testifying to. We've seen a number of voir dires in this case so far. So basically what she's saying is, we're going to have to hear a voir dire of these particular witnesses, and, and then I'll make my determination. And so my guess, like I said, at the very beginning of that sort of like long and winding side quest, is that I think that there's a good chance that she's probably going to allow them in, because there's not so much of a timing issue on their testimony, because they were discovered by everyone kind of at the same time at a late stage. So I would anticipate that those would probably be allowed in. The one who is the former ER doc, who is a consultant for the LA County Coroner's Office, that's they referred to her expert over there, right? That one, I don't know. I can't really tell on the timing issues based on what's been argued here. But they will have a shorter voir dire on that one as well. So it sounds like she's at least open to it. So at least one of these voir dires is going to be happening sometime this week. When exactly that's going to be, I don't know, but Judge Canone was very, very annoyed at this. And was referring to how now maybe what she just told the jury about the timing of this case ending at the end of June, maybe that's not actually accurate because of these other issues. I very much disagree with her cutting off David Yannetti in the way that she did in the beginning of his remarks, essentially his argument in favor of or in opposition to the motion, I should say, in favor of the defense's position, in favor of bringing these witnesses in. And I don't like that. I don't like that. Even if it puts the jury, if it makes the jury wait for an extra 5 or 10 minutes, allow him to make the argument, because that you're doing so protects the rights of the defendant. And there are no rights by the state that you are trying to protect. The state doesn't need protection from the judge, from the judicial process. It's the defendant who needs protection. In any kind of a case, regardless of whether you are pro-defense or pro-prosecution, that's always the case. It's always the defendant who is at risk of being steamrolled by the government. And so that's whose rights you have to protect. Same thing with like other witnesses, things like that. At the end of the day, it's the defendant whose rights are really on the line. So I disagree with the way that she cut him off in that way. I think that even if you think that it's going to be verging on hyperbole, you don't want to see that, you're annoyed, you've got the jurors waiting outside. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of cutting off an argument for all of those reasons, because like I said, the rights of the defendant are more important. Okay, the Lucian question. The judge wants to skate past what could be some improper actions by the CW. How else would the defense be able to introduce their bad actions in this case, if not during this hearing? I mean, yeah, that's one point. Sable Marquette question. Can the judge get reported for the behavior? And then there also is another similar question. Dionysia Jaclo, can she be investigated for judicial misconduct? Sure, folks can report her, and there are either to the bar or to, every state has some sort of like a judge's conference or something like that you can report a judge to. Whether or not they look into it, whether or not they investigate, in thoroughly or in depth, is another question. But yeah, I mean, there are ways of doing that. But I also caution on that one, because typically, that the first level that any defendant has or any side has is being able to appeal a particular ruling by a judge, or things like that. So the appeals are also available. Appeals also are hard to win, of course, as I've said many times. But anyhow, yeah. Debbie Faison Cook, can her cutting him off be ground for appeal? I mean, cutting off an argument entirely, on this particular issue, if she rules against them, yeah, that's something that they can definitely argue on appeal. Is the fact that she's cut out some pretty material evidence and didn't even allow them to make an argument. Yeah, that's something that the defense would definitely be putting in there. Mike Olson, what would CW bring to the court realistically at this point? Internet is interneting. Okay, are we back? Are we good? Let me see here. Okay, I think maybe we're a little bit grainy. Okay, we're back. So what would CW bring to the court realistically at this point for this case to be proven beyond reasonable doubt that KR is guilty? I mean, I don't. We've got they do have a number of issues. They do have a number of issues that they still need to, some boxes that they need to check. So, but I don't know, maybe they can. I don't know what other evidence they've got planned, other than I've heard that maybe they're going to be bringing up Trooper Proctor. Maybe, we'll see. The Rubber Duck 77, thanks so much for the super chat. Could it be she had planned on letting them in or through voir dire, so she didn't need to hear the argument. Yeah, possible. I mean, that would be the only way that cutting them off is I guess in any way proper, but still, no. I mean, it's still not proper because you want to allow them to make an argument and get that argument on the record for an appeal. So, okay, folks, let's get going, and we are going to continue.
All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Code, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, is now open. You may be seated.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Good morning, attorneys. We all met here at 8:30 to try and streamline things. And as a result of what we did this morning, it looks like there'll be some day this week that we will all meet to go through things that we need to go through, but we will excuse you. I just don't know quite yet when that will be. We'll know by the end of the day today. And also on the 21st, originally we said we'd be off for the 21st, but again, you know that we don't want to take up any more of the time than necessary. So we will meet on the 21st, but just in the morning because I have a long-standing afternoon that we cannot cancel. So the 21st will be a half a day. So we'll let you know more as the day progresses. All right, I do have to ask those questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left on Friday? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes.
Yes. Okay. All right. Sergeant Bukhenik.
You have that flash drive? No. The flash drive that I gave you. Great.
He's always sure the evidence of the court during the case down here and should the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
I did.
All right, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you. So when we left off on Thursday, we were discussing the Sallyport video that was introduced by the Commonwealth on Wednesday during direct examination. Do you recall that?
I do.
When he introduced that video, Mr. Lally asked you several very specific questions about the video, including if you recognize the video in general, correct?
Yes, he did.
And you said you did.
Okay, we are going to put it back to regular, and then we will. I mean, unless I'll put it back to normal. If it's too slow and you guys want to try to catch up at 1.25, then we'll put it back to 1.25.
Did.
He also asked you whether you recognized any of the individuals in the video at a particular time where he paused the video and you used your green laser pointer to point out a couple of individuals that you recognize. Do you recall that?
I do.
And in that pause, you indicated at that time on Wednesday that you recognized Trooper Proctor and what you thought was yourself.
An individual slipping in the front of the vehicle.
And you then on Thursday, you corrected that to make sure that we were clear about it. The person slipping was actually the tow driver, not you, correct?
That's what it appeared. So yes.
Okay. I'd like to take a quick look at that with the court's permission at 4:46. May I publish that?
Yes.
This is 4:46. It's the same video that you were shown by Mr. Lally. We're at runtime about 5:37 and 05 p.m. I'm sorry, I said runtime. I meant time of day. Thank you. As a matter of fact, the time of day would be most easily seen right down here, although it's pretty small from where you're at. If you can't see that, please let me know.
I do not see that, no.
Okay. Your Honor, I'll hold off on that question, and I may ask the court for relief in just a moment. If we can play this for just a quick second, and I'll ask you, Mr. Bates, if you can pause it. Go ahead and pause there. Okay. Sergeant.
Really quick here. I just want to get this here. Also, Desiree Morgan, thanks so much for the super chat question. Why have they not called Trooper Proctor yet? Is he unavailable or something? To my knowledge, he's not unavailable. I don't know exactly why he hasn't been, like why the actual prosecution's, what the actual prosecution's reasons are for not calling him yet. However, I mean, I would anticipate that it has something to do with all of the shadow that's been cast over his testimony. It feels, at least from this perspective, like they don't want to call him because of the way in which they anticipate that the defense is going to be pouncing all over him for a number of reasons, both professional and personal in this particular case. So, yeah, I would imagine that has something to do with it. I don't know. That's kind of speculative on my part. So I take that with a grain of salt. Also, Desiree Morgan, thanks so much for becoming a member of a YouTube member, a member of Bike Club. Welcome to Bike Club. Very happy to have you here. Hope you can make it for our next members only live stream. All right.
This is the basic video, the point at which it was paused when Mr. Lally asked you to identify the individuals in the video, correct?
I believe it was a different time, but I'm not sure.
Do you remember using your green laser pointer, pointing at the person in the back and identifying that person as Trooper Proctor, and then pointing at the person in the front, screen right, mistakenly as you? You remember that?
I remember indicating where the individuals would be, yes.
Okay, and so do you have the green laser pointer with you?
I do.
Could you point at the location where you see Trooper Proctor?
I do not know specifically right now if that is Trooper Proctor behind the vehicle, but when Mr. Lally asked me to indicate where we would be, it was in this location here.
You're indicating toward the rear of the SUV.
Correct.
On Wednesday, and I just want to draw your attention back to your testimony on Wednesday, you used the laser pointer and pointed at two different individuals, the person toward the back, and you identified him as Mr. Proctor, as Trooper Proctor, correct? On Wednesday.
I indicated that Trooper Proctor myself would be in the shot in the rear of the vehicle. And then I indicated that I'm wearing a olive drab baseball hat and Trooper Proctor's wearing a winter style knit black hat.
Isn't it true that on Wednesday, what the question you were asked from Mr. Lally is, Ms. Gilman, from Mr. Lally, Ms. Gilman, if you can just pause there for a moment as the sergeant's almost falling in the video, and the court said, keep your voice up, Mr. Lally. Do you recall that?
I do not recall that, no.
Sorry. I don't think he intended that to be like some kind of like shade or burn at ADA Lally, but I mean, it's just kind of funny because it's just it's almost become like a meme for him to keep his voice up.
Do you remember Mr. Lally saying, Sergeant Bukhenik, with reference to any of the individuals you see in this video, do you recognize any of those individuals? And you responding, I can recognize Trooper Proctor and myself. And you used the green laser pointer in doing so.
Yes, I did.
And that was on this area, may not be to the frame, but this is where the video was paused when you made that identification, correct?
It was approximately at this time.
Okay. So you were then asked after you identified, and at that time you did identify Trooper Proctor, and again, mistakenly, yourself, correct?
I directed the laser to the area where we would be.
Okay. And Trooper Proctor is the one toward the back of the truck.
Again, I cannot tell you which individual. There are multiple individuals there. I do not know at this point in time where it's frozen if that's exactly Trooper Proctor. I know we were present at that location, and I know what he was wearing for a headdress and what I was wearing.
All right, so you have to move along from this point.
Then why did you, one more question, Your Honor. Then why on Wednesday did you indicate very clearly that the person toward the back of the SUV was Trooper Proctor? If you don't know, why did you say that on Wednesday?
During the frozen frame, I could tell there were two individuals back there, and I was at one point in time in that location with Trooper Proctor.
Does that appear to be Trooper Proctor in the back of the car?
From where the video is frozen right now, I cannot tell.
So you're changing your testimony from Wednesday?
Objection.
Are you changing your testimony?
I am not changing my testimony, no.
Okay, next question, Mr. Jackson.
You were then asked whether the video was true and accurate as in terms of its depiction of what you saw, what you observed in Sallyport that night, correct?
I indicated the video is true and accurate to the location.
And you were then asked whether or not, in looking at that video, watching it, either you or Trooper Proctor approached, manipulated, touched that right rear taillight at any time, and your answer was never, correct?
That's correct.
And while you testified, this is the video that was displayed for the jurors, correct? And it was this orientation, the front of the truck facing right, the rear of the truck facing left, correct?
That's correct.
And for all appearances, it would appear that the right rear taillight of the SUV is the one facing the jurors, if you will, facing the viewer, right? From appearances. You didn't know anything different.
Can you rephrase that question, please?
Sure. Just from the appearance of the video, as it is now, the appearance of the video, it looks like the right rear taillight is the taillight that's facing the jurors, facing the viewer, toward the rear of the truck, correct?
As it is frozen, correct.
So, you know, Jackson is going to be pointing this out as often as he will be allowed to point it out, is that, look, this is inverted. This is inverted. This is inverted. He's going to keep pointing that. He's going to continue to point that out until the judge probably tells him, like, okay, you know, this is until Lally objects and says, you know, asked and answered, because he has said this. But, you know, fair game is fair game. He's going to point it out as often as he possibly can.
And on Wednesday, I want to move through this relatively briefly, Sergeant. On Wednesday, you did not mention that this video was inverted, did you?
It was not brought out, no.
Not brought out by, I mean, that's passive. I'm asking you directly.
Okay, are we back? Hang on. Okay, yes, we are.
On direct examination under questioning by Mr. Lally
Back
again.
5 seconds.
You came back on Thursday, you continued on direct examination under questioning by Mr. Lally again to start the day, correct?
That is correct.
And during that testimony on Thursday morning, you also, under direct examination, did not mention that this video was inverted, did you?
Did not know.
And then it was my turn to ask you questions. You recall that?
I do.
And then I began asking you questions about the accuracy of this video. And at that time, for the first time, you said it appears that it is a mirror image. It's an inverted video, correct?
I advised you that it is a mirrored image at that point, correct?
Would you agree with me now, as you sit here, that this video, as we're looking at it, is not a true and accurate depiction of what you viewed in that Sally Port that night?
I would not agree with you, no.
Do you believe that what the jurors are seeing right here is a true and accurate, surveillance footage of the Sally Port that night?
Yes, it's just mirrored.
Which means what's left is right and what's right is left, correct?
Correct. If the jurors were actually standing where the camera is recording, which it's recording all accurate depiction of activity and events taking place, the back of the vehicle would be on the right and the front of the vehicle would be on the left, but all activity is accurately depicted in the video.
So in point of fact, everything in this video, every bit of it is reversed, correct?
It's just a mirror image.
So it's not accurate, is it?
It's an accurate depiction of what has taken place.
Sergeant Bukhenik, if I were to ask you, let me give you a hypothetical. Let's say you were investigating a circumstance in which a suspect was being identified by 5 witnesses based on a tattoo on that person's left arm. And then you go show that witness, or those series of witnesses, an inverted version of a photograph of that person with the tattoo appearing on his right arm. And those witnesses all say, no, that's not the guy. I remember the guy. The guy had the tat on the left arm. Would you think that that's an accurate depiction of the person with the tattoo?
Objection.
Sustained.
So that was,
Do you agree with me that an inverted
it was objected to and sustained as an improper hypothetical, but the point is well taken. The jury is going to hear that and understand and you know, who knows whether or not they are agreeing with Jackson right now. However, I will say that from some very brief media clips that I saw over the weekend after Thursday's testimony, when this inverted, the nature of the inverted testimony was confirmed by Bukhenik. There were journalists who were in the courtroom who went on camera and were you know, reporting on it, and said that at that point in time when Jackson pointed this out and during this testimony, they kind of started looking at each other with like sort of like raised eyebrows. And yeah, so yeah, so interesting. We'll see, you know, we'll see what they end up really concluding as a result of all of this. But you know, the more that Bukhenik kind of tries to defend it, the more that either they'll to more. Okay. Okay, are we back now? I hope so. Let me see here. Okay. Yes, we are back. Whew. All right, there we go.
Do you agree with me that an inverted video is not accurate? It's inverted by definition, right?
It's an accurate depiction of the events taking place.
You've reviewed this video in its entirety, you testified, correct?
Yes.
About how long would you say this video is in its runtime, from start to finish?
I did not take note of the length of the video.
All right. I'm going to ask you, Mr. Bates, if you could, with the court's permission, can you just pull the cursor back to the beginning of the time of day for this video? And pause it there. Can you see, and this is not an eye exam, can you see the timestamp on the lower left-hand side?
No, I cannot.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I could do this.
I'd like to see it sidebar.
Okay. See me at sidebar. So what he's going to try to get to is the timestamps. All right. Let's try to do some catch up here. That's a little bit of a longer sidebar. Let's see, maybe we can. Okay.
Given the fact that the beginning time, the time of day, is 5:30 and 23 seconds in the evening, and the end time of this video stops at 5:48 and 15 seconds, would you agree with me, without doing the math down to the seconds, that's about 17 minutes and 50 seconds or so?
In real time, yes.
In real time. The actual time of this video, the run time of this video, however, is only 5 minutes and 51 seconds, less than 6 minutes. You'd agree with that?
That is what's captured.
So that means that about 2/3 of the video is missing, correct?
It's not missing, just not recorded.
It's not there.
It was never there.
I'm not saying it was ever there. I'm saying I don't know if it was ever there or not. Neither do you. I'm saying it's not there, correct?
It was never recorded.
Well, you don't know what has been or and wasn't recorded, do you?
Objection.
I'll let him answer that.
Yeah. Objection calls for speculation. Well, that's exactly the point. He's saying you can't speculate. Answering as to whether or not it was ever there is speculative, unless you know that it wasn't, or unless you know that it in fact was there because you have knowledge of it being deleted.
I can only speak to what was turned over and what we received, and based on the evidence that was produced, the video that was produced is what we got.
I understand. So based on that answer, You acknowledge you don't know what may or may not have been recorded without your knowledge.
No.
Right. Did you notice that there were obvious portions of the video that in which individuals just seemed to appear or apparate out of nowhere?
It's not a smooth recording of the events. When the motion triggers the recording, the video appears as if a person appeared in the video. But that is due to the triggering of the recording.
Well, you don't know what it's due to because you're not an IT person who actually captured the video, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask that differently.
Sure. You're not the IT person, the technical person who captured this video, correct?
I am not, no.
You don't maintain this video system, do you?
I do not know.
You don't know the inner workings of how the video system was originally installed or how it operates, correct?
Based on my training and experience, I know that certain systems, due to the restrictions of the storage of the system, they try to save the storage and trigger the recording only by motion or certain time parameters. So in this video footage, I could tell you that the video is triggered by motion to record.
Well, how much storage did this system have?
I do not know.
What was the level of storage at the time that this video was taken? Was it 60%? Was it 99%? What was it?
I do not know.
So you actually don't know, Sergeant, the inner workings of this system, do you?
I do not know all the inner workings of the system.
But you do know that there appears to be portions of this video missing and portions of this video in which people just seem to apparate out of nowhere.
It's not missing. It just was not recording.
Let's move to, I think it was 5:37. A few seconds. Okay, if we could, with the court's permission, can we play about less than a minute?
Yes.
Pause it. Did you see where the person that was toward the back of the vehicle went in this video?
It appeared they went behind the vehicle.
Which would be which area of the vehicle, the right or the left, in real life, not on this video?
In real life, it would be the right rear portion of the vehicle.
Toward the taillight area.
That quarter panel, correct?
Let's go ahead and play it. Pause it. Did it appear that someone just seemed to appear out of nowhere toward the rear of the vehicle just now?
Due to the triggering of the motion.
I asked you why. I asked you if. Did it appear if someone just appeared out of nowhere in the back of the vehicle?
That's what the footage represents, yes.
Can we go ahead and play this? Pause it. Did you see that the person walking away from the vehicle that you earlier on Wednesday identified as Trooper Proctor appeared to have a notebook, black portfolio in his hand?
Yes, I did.
And can you see from there, I'm going to ask you this, basically knowing the answer, can you see from there the time of day on the lower left side as that person leaves the screen?
No, I cannot.
Would you disagree if I indicated to you that was 5:38 and 7 seconds in the evening?
I would have to see it for myself. I cannot agree with you based on your statement.
You want to maybe approach briefly?
Sure.
Okay, another sidebar.
Muted.
Thank you.
Oops.
And please don't speak until you're back in the witness stand.
So he's got, okay, so he's making him go up so that he can get a clear look at what's on there.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Jackson?
Thank you. Sergeant, did you have an opportunity to look at the time of day at the point that the video is paused right now?
Yes, I did.
What is that time of day?
5:38:07.
5:38 and 7 seconds, correct?
That's correct.
And remind me about how far of a drive in time is this location at Canton PD from 34th Fairview?
With no traffic, no adverse weather and road conditions, several minutes, four minutes, maybe 5 minutes, depending which route you take.
Your Honor, I have a flash drive that I'd like to have marked.
Ooh.
Is this a different flash drive than we had on Friday?
It is, and I can explain it sidebar if the court wishes.
All right. Are you just marking it or you intend to show it?
I intend to show it with the court's permission.
All right. So we'll mark it for identification and then I do need to see you. Yes.
Okay. So probably going to be a bit of a sidebar here. Let's see if we can. Okay. Yeah. So what's going to happen here is jury's going to get up and leave. Maybe they're going to talk to the judge outside the presence of the jury. Let's see. Or is she just letting them get up so that they can take a break? Okay. Yeah. We're not going to be able to hear this, unfortunately. Okay. So let's see here. And then we've got the fan spinny. So yeah, we're going to get caught up for a little bit here. Okay.
Right ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. As a matter of housekeeping, I would ask for the admission of the last item that was marked for identification.
XX. Was it YY? Oh, that was back again.
I did the
Okay.
same thing. I think it's
All right.
XX.
So that will now be what, Madam Court Reporter?
5:42.
Thank you.
And with the court's permission, I'd ask to display that video. Yours?
Okay.
Thanks. If you could move that to a runtime of 1 minute and 17 seconds or thereabouts. And go ahead and pause that. Sergeant, do
Oh.
you recognize what's depicted in?
Oh, with this flash drive, this is the footage the right way, non-mirror imaged. So now after Jackson has been hammering Bukhenik time and again about like, you said this is accurate, you said this is accurate, you said this is accurate, and Bukhenik's like, yep, it is accurate. It's just mirror imaged. It's the same thing. It's just mirror image. It's just a mirror image. Now the jury is going to be able to see for themselves whether or not this looks like essentially the same video as before, but just mirror imaged. And this is the thing, is that, you know, if you can have a witness come up and tell you how to characterize evidence, but when you see it for yourself, the jury is going to trust their own eyes above what anybody tells them to see, above, you know, how anybody else characterizes it. When they have the ability to see it for themselves, if that differs, if their own perception of what it is that they are seeing in the courtroom differs from the way that a witness is telling them to characterize it, or the way that a witness characterizes it themselves, that discrepancy can make a big difference as to how they weigh their testimony and how much they decide to trust that particular witness. And we've already seen, you know, we've talked about how the trustworthiness of this particular witness is in question after this whole inverted thing kind of came about. And so this is just going to be even more. It's going to call it into question even more, probably, in my opinion, based on the way that this looks right now, because you can tell like this looks like an entirely different video until you take a second and you're like, oh, wait a minute. Actually, this is the same video.
It's just been marked as Exhibit 542.
I do.
How do you recognize that?
It's an inversion of the video provided from Canton PD Sally Point.
It's actually, and that inversion corrects the perspective. Would you agree with that?
I would.
Okay, so now we're looking at well, we've always been looking at, but it's clear that we're looking at the driver's side of the vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
And everything in it's properly oriented, is that right?
It's an accurate depiction of what is taking place.
Meaning right is right and left is left in this video.
The vehicle came from the right into the left. The driver's side is visible and is closest to the camera.
If we could go ahead and, thank you, Sergeant. If we could go ahead and play this for just a few seconds, please. Pause it. You saw the person that was toward the back of the vehicle that you earlier on Wednesday identified as Trooper Proctor moving toward the right, I'm sorry, yes, the passenger side taillight area in this video, correct?
I observed the person walking that way.
Let's go and play it. Awesome. And you see the person toward the taillight area moving out of frame just now, correct?
I did, yes.
And that person had that black portfolio in his hand.
That's correct.
I'd like to ask Mr. Bates if you wouldn't mind moving the cursor back to the beginning before the video, I'm sorry, before the SUV was actually in the Sally Port. Pause that. Do you see what's depicted in the video now at runtime, the beginning of the video?
I see the still frame. I'm observing the still frame.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Can you see from where you are, sir, can you see the chyron at the bottom of the video in blue, indicating the date stamp and time stamp? Can you see that from where you are?
I see the blue color. I don't know what exactly it is.
Are your eyes good enough to see that that is completely inverted?
They are not.
They're not inverted?
They are not good enough.
That was a good answer to a bad question on my part. With the court's permission, would it be possible for the sergeant to approach the screen and take a look at that timestamp?
Can you do that, Sergeant, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Were you able to, may I inquire?
Yes.
Were you able to see that timestamp?
Yes, I was.
Sergeant, did that timestamp appear to be inverted?
The blue writing appears to be backwards.
So in this version of the video, which has been inverted from the version shown by the Commonwealth, the timestamp also was inverted, correct?
What appears on the screen is inverted.
Thank you. I'd like to zoom in on, just with the court's permission, on a portion of the middle of the video.
Okay.
Sergeant, I want to direct your attention to an area of the video right above the hand truck. Do you see that area?
I do.
Do you see that white object just above the snow line?
I see something there. I do not know what it is, if it's an object or it's more snow.
Can you tell if that's a sort of a dirty white rag?
I cannot tell what it is.
Fair enough. Thank you, Mr. Fish. We can take that.
So what he's getting at is, remember the photos of the red solo cups. So there was a white rag that was kind of in between this little mini truck thingamajig and the taillight of the SUV. So now we can see the full context of like where in the Sally Port that all was sitting. Even though he didn't answer whether or not he identified it, the jury might recognize it.
We've seen a corrected version of that Sallyport video from that camera. There's also another camera on the opposite side of the Sallyport, isn't there?
There is.
And that one, for lack of a better phrase, that one came out pretty grainy. Would you agree?
Yes, it's not perfect quality.
The other view would show, given the fact that it's on the opposite side of the wall of this video, that actually would show the right rear portion of the SUV as it was parked in that Sallyport, would it not?
Yes, it would.
Let's take a look with the court's permission. This has already been marked as 446. I believe it was introduced last week.
Okay.
Could you display that?
Yes.
Thank you. I know it's very hard to see, Sergeant, but could you tell me, as the video is paused right here at the beginning of the timestamp, can you see the outline of the antique police car?
I can make that out, yes.
And it appears that there's no.
I can see nothing. I can see absolutely nothing. This definitely is like a seeing eye picture where like you're supposed to try to pick out a sailboat. And I can't see the sailboat. That's just, I mean, to me, I can't pick that out. And so that's, whatever. It's fine. It's funny to me.
Vehicle in the foreground, this side of that antique police car, correct?
That's correct.
You also can see that this video is in fact not inverted. It's the correct orientation, right?
That's correct.
And obviously it's pretty lacking in quality, but you can make out briefly.
Yes.
Hang on. Okay, now we're reconnected. Okay. So the old cruiser's right here.
With the court's permission, begin
This is the
playing.
snow
This
outline.
This is about 5:07 and 10 seconds. That's time of day. We can play for about a little less than a minute.
Or is this the snow outline? I think this is the snow outline, maybe. Oh, geez, this is awful quality. It's snowing indoors. This looks like some other kind of a car that came in or that was already in, maybe.
Sergeant, did you see what was depicted on the video that just ran from 5:07 and a few seconds until it was just paused?
I did watch the video.
And how much time would you estimate elapsed as we just watched that video in real time?
15 seconds, maybe.
Okay. And do you see something? You see something in the foreground that just sort of appeared there next to that antique police car?
It appears that the SUV has now pulled into the Sallyport and there's an individual standing behind the SUV.
And do you see what the time of day is on that timer?
I do not.
Can you see that it's paused at 5:50 and 46 seconds?
I cannot.
This is the last time I would ask that
Okay, so what did he say?
unfortunately, I
the other
cannot zoom
time?
on this, Your Honor, with the court's permission. Would the sergeant make one more trip to the
Oh.
screen to give us the
Difference of
exact
12
time
minutes.
this is paused?
This is the last time, Sergeant. Would you please?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Ah. Okay. Difference of 12 minutes. Sandy, thank you so much for gifting 10 Legalbytes memberships. So kind and generous of you once again for gifting those. So
What was the
Daniel Roselle, Desiree Bula, LK Ryden, Diana May Designs, Marie Louise Milberg, Tactful Rogue, Hit Snooze, Matthew, oh, whoa, hang on. Matthew Baxter, Japan Travel Writer, Christopher Lambert, Robert Bell. You have all been gifted memberships by Sandy. So thank you so much, Sandy, once again. And welcome or welcome back to all of you folks to Bite Club. And thanks again, Sandy. John O'Rourke, thanks so much for the super chat. The fact that the defense brought up the video orientation was incorrect from the CW evidence. So damaging or unreliable for their entire case. The fact that the defense brought up the video orientation was incorrect from the CW's evidence. Yeah, I think that the prosecution is definitely harmed by introducing this, not saying that there were issues as to the orientation of this stuff. I really do think so, because it looks like they're trying to hide that from the jury, or like they're trying to otherwise mislead them.
What is the timestamp where the video is paused?
5:50:46.
5:50 and 46 p.m. Correct?
12-minute difference.
That's correct.
So it appears that this video in about 15 seconds jumps 42 minutes to the 5:50 mark, correct?
Wait.
I don't know how much it jumps.
Well, from 5:08 approximately to 5:50 approximately.
I thought it was 5:38.
How much time is that?
Approximately 48.
42 minutes, right?
Excuse me, 42. Yes.
That's okay.
Maybe I wrote
And
that
this
down
reads
wrong.
vehicle, which shows the right rear taillight portion just appears, correct? At 5:50.
There's a vehicle that appears. There appears to be an individual standing behind the vehicle. It's not just a taillight that appears.
But Sergeant, the exact time that would show what Trooper Proctor was doing at the right rear taillight, that is missing.
Objection.
Sustained.
The exact time that would show what the person who you identified on Wednesday as being Trooper Proctor, that video is not there, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
This video, Sergeant, you will agree, if that 42-minute period existed, that would have been the only video that would establish the actual condition of the taillight the moment the SUV arrived in police custody in that Sally Port, correct?
Objection.
You can ask that differently.
Is there any other video other than this one that would show the exact condition of that taillight as it pulled in to the driveway and then to the Sally Port? Or is this the only one?
From that location,
Correct.
that is the video that captures that time frame.
And that's
So he specified from that location. So I wonder if Jackson is caught that little detail. He's a very savvy lawyer. He's very sharp. So maybe he would have. And then because what he's getting at is maybe there's some other footage that we can watch that can help fill in that gap magically somehow. So, but he said from that location, does he mean from the Sally Port, or does he mean from that specific angle in the Sally Port? In which case that's the only camera from that specific angle. But if there's another angle that we would be able to see maybe a bit more, maybe we would actually be able to see the taillight in question, and maybe it actually has footage from that gap of time. Maybe that would be helpful.
That's also the video that captures that area of the car, correct? The right rear portion of the car.
Correct.
And that 42 minutes from when the car arrived until 5:50 in the evening, that portion is missing, correct?
It's not missing. It's just not recorded.
It's not there, Sergeant Bukhenik. I'm not splitting words with you, splitting hairs. It's not there. It's gone, correct?
It's not on the screen now.
It's not anywhere, is it?
I do not know.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Oh, redirect. How is
Thank
Lally
you, Your
going
Honor.
to redirect this? I'm sure it's going to be fire. Okay, and now we are going to put this back to
Morning, sir.
1.25
Good morning, sir.
so we can catch up a little bit.
So how this
And also because he's a little bit of a slower talker than Jackson is.
video was played before the jury on Wednesday during your direct testimony. The condition of that video, the view of that video, that's how you received it from the Canton Police Department, correct?
That's correct.
So nothing was done to alter it, change it in any way, shape, or form from when you received it to when it was played before the jury. Objection.
Sustained. You can't leave, Mr. Lally.
What if anything was done to alter or change that video, received it to the time that it was played before the jury?
Objection.
Ask it differently. One more.
Speculation. So first he had leading, then he had speculation. That's why he's getting sustained time and again on this question.
As far as the condition when you received it and the condition when it was played for the jury, what was different?
There was no manipulation, alteration of the video between
I'll allow the answer.
when we received it from Canton Police Department, when I played it, and when it was played for you.
Now, as far as the cameras are motion activated, correct?
That's correct.
And as far as the skipping that you observed at various points of the video, was that something that occurred once or more than once?
More than once, repeatedly.
And was it one specific portion of the video? And by that, I mean, was it only at the beginning or only in the middle or only at the end, or was it sort of throughout?
It's consistently happening when there's lack of motion. The video does not record because it's not triggered to record.
From the video, at least as far as you've seen, the one that you were shown on Wednesday and the one that you were shown today, or the portions that you were shown today, what, if any, difference did you note between the content of what's contained in the video?
The content of the video is accurate depiction of what's taken place. The only difference that I noticed today is that the version played was actually inverted from the original version that I received and which was produced.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that
You see, Trooper Bukhenik is actually from the upside down, where everything is opposite and cell phones don't work unless you butt dial people. And so, you know, the version that the defense just played was the inverted version, not the real version. So that's just such a weird answer.
the entirety of that 5 minutes and 51 seconds of video be played for the jury.
Okay.
You might have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
All right. Showing the quote unquote inverted, doubly inverted footage now.
Pause there, Ms. Gilman. And that area just played before the jury, that is when the vehicle was brought in by the tow truck driver from the flatbed from the driveway video into the Sally Port area, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. If you could pause it there for 1 second. Sergeant, I'm going to direct your attention to the person that just opened the driver's side door. That's the tow truck driver, is that correct?
That's correct.
Just ask you to take a look at the door, and in particular, the snow on the door when he closes that door. Gentlemen, if you could. You pause just 1 moment. Sergeant, if I could direct your attention back to the ring video here. I think it was video 153 from Exhibit 6. And you were shown that video on cross-examination and asked about
any movement that you saw on the driver's side rear tire, things of that nature. Do you recall that?
I do.
And do you recall that portion of the video when it's alleged that Ms. Reed's vehicle came close to or made contact with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle in the driveway? At that point, did you observe any snow coming off of Mr. O'Keefe's car when they came close to each other?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I don't remember exactly if there was snow coming off the vehicle. There was snow falling, and that was captured by the ring video. I don't recall if any snow came off the vehicle.
If you could.
See, playing these long stretches without directing the witness for, where to look or what to look for, things like that. You end up having a jury watching this wondering, what am I supposed to be focusing on? What am I supposed to be noticing here? This is an example of someone that could have been directing the witness during this time to help focus the jury, which Jackson did very well when he started presenting his questioning about this video. But Lally doesn't seem to do that with any of this stuff. And I'm just pointing it out as a difference in what these different attorneys are doing. John O'Rourke, thanks so much for the super chat. I don't understand. Why would the CW present video evidence that was mirrored and false? Did they know? This chat realized it in 30 seconds. I can't say that I necessarily would have noticed it right away without folks talking about it. And remember, the jurors are not supposed to be talking about the case, even with each other, until deliberations. So maybe they noticed it, maybe they didn't. It's possible that they could have, maybe not. But I think that a lot of folks did in fact notice it watching the trial. So, like I said, who knows? But, would the prosecution have noticed it? would the prosecution be familiar with how Canton PD looks? Would the prosecution have been familiar with, how like some of the details on this particular, on this old cruiser, the number 4? I would think so. You're supposed to be combing through this evidence that you are actually presenting. You're responsible for presenting evidence that is true and accurate, and for not presenting evidence that could be interpreted as false. You know what I mean? Like that responsibility still falls with the prosecution. Even if it's a detail that he missed, it falls on his shoulders. So yeah, I mean, it's still bad. It's still bad. Even if it was a detail that he missed, it's a bad look for the prosecution for sure.
Thank you. And Mr. Officer, we can have the lights back up. Now, Sergeant, that video starts at approximately 5:30 p.m. on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Is that before or after the ring video 153 from Exhibit 6 at 5:07 in the morning at Mr. O'Keefe's house, when you can see the defendant's smashed taillight?
Objection.
So the objection sustained. Ask the question.
5:30 p.m. on
Compound
January 29th. Is that before or after 5:07 a.m. When you observed the defendant's vehicle on the ring video of Mr. O'Keefe's house?
That is after.
And is that before or after you observed on the ring video the defendant, Ms. Roberts, and Ms. McCabe driving the defendant's vehicle and parking it in the driveway of Mr. O'Keefe's house?
It's after.
And is it before or after about, say, 8:22 in the morning, at some point when a Canton cruiser parks in the driveway behind the defendant's vehicle?
It's after.
And is it before or after about 12:30 p.m. or so, when the defendant and her father and her brother, from the videos from Exhibit 6, the ring videos on One Meadows Ave, are parked in and around the defendant's vehicle and then leave with the defendant's vehicle to go to Dighton?
It's after.
And is it before or after the video that you testified about on Wednesday in regard to the surveillance video from the defendant's father's house in Dighton, when that vehicle was being loaded onto a truck and you can see the tail light there?
John.
It's after.
Now, again, you had a conversation or an interview with the defendant on the afternoon of January 29th.
So that actually was a decent line of questions for redirect, which is to point out that he's really trying to rehabilitate the questions around the conditions of this taillight. That he's saying, like, hey, look, at this point in time, you saw the taillight and you saw that it was cracked. At that time, this footage showed the taillight. At that time, this footage showed the taillight. At that time, this footage showed the taillight. Going through again and again to show this taillight was damaged at all of these different times. Now, whether or not it showed the same amount of damage throughout all of these different moments is a question that the jury is going to ultimately determine. But like that is props to Lally for going through that line of questioning to remind the jury, hey, a lot of folks have seen this taillight, or in a lot of are we 1 minute? We are disconnected. Okay, now we're back.
That's correct.
And during the course of that interview, she made statements about her broken tail light and when that occurred, correct?
Objection.
Do you want the instruction, or do you want to come see me at sidebar?
Sidebar.
Okay, sidebar.
The version that you just witnessed, the version of the video that you and the jury witnessed on Wednesday, and the version that you just witnessed the entirety of right now. Again, what, if any, difference as far as the depiction or people or places between those two versions of the video?
Outside of it being a mirror image of itself, it accurately depicts any activity or action in the Sally Port.
And at any point in time that you were in the Sally Port area of the Canton Police Department garage, did you or Trooper Proctor ever go near, touch, manipulate the rear passenger side taillight area or the rear passenger side quarter panel of the defendant's vehicle?
We absolutely did not.
Now, if I could turn you back to some questions you were asked on cross-examination about something that was reported to the chief medical examiner's office. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
And some questions about statements that you had made to the OCME at approximately 10:41 a.m. on January 29th. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
And you were asked some questions about reporting it as a possible domestic assault, correct?
That is correct.
And can you explain to the jury what led to that statement as far as what you knew at that time and why you would make those statements to the medical examiner?
The Master's General Law directs us, just as it gives the district attorney's power to and authority over all death investigations. That's the following section 4 of that chapter. Excuse me, following section from section 4, section 5 of that chapter directs all state medical and police entities to work in coordination with the medical examiner's office. By law, we're supposed to work together on the medical legal investigations that the medical examiner's office conducts. We conduct a criminal portion of the investigation. They conduct the medical portion of the investigation. Thus, I contacted the medical examiner's office and advised them that what we had learned at the time. Up to that point, we had learned that the defendant stated that she hit him. We had collected, meaning the Canton Police Department had collected a broken glass. So based on the physical evidence and the statements made by the defendant to the first responders at the scene at that point in time, I had communicated those facts to the medical examiner's office. That way they would document it, but also be prepared to investigate the case with the most up-to-date information available.
Now, at that time that you made that statement to the representative from the chief medical examiner's office, had you been to Good Samaritan Hospital and seen Mr. O'Keefe at that point?
I have not.
And had you obviously seen any of the injuries that Mr. O'Keefe had sustained prior to making that statement to the medical examiner?
I had not.
Now, as far as the information that you received, you mentioned first responders indicating that the defendant had stated, "I hit him." Who was the first responder that provided that information?
The Canton Police Sergeant Good.
In addition to that, did you or Trooper Proctor speak with any of the Canton fire personnel?
Yes, we did.
And who did he speak with?
I believe it was firefighter Flamini.
So firefighter Flamati, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, after going to Good Samaritan Hospital and viewing Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, as far as what you had earlier reported to the medical examiner, what, if anything, changed based on those observations as far as your opinion as to what transpired?
Based on what I learned from observing the injuries, I could tell that the glass.
Objection.
Yeah, I'm going to allow it. You can move to strike it, but I'm going to allow it.
I could
I
tell
think
that
what he's about to testify to is that the glass caused some sort of lacerations on his arm or something like that, which is improper. It's improper for him to testify to that.
the glass was most likely not the object, the weapon, which was used to cause the injury to the back of
Yeah,
Mr.
move to strike.
O'Keefe's head.
Well, Jackson is he's not gonna object again and move to strike, but I think that yeah, it's kind of a double-edged sword, right? Because Jackson wanted in that he had previously said he thought that the glass had been used as a weapon, but now he's saying that he doesn't think that the glass was used as a weapon. So if he says that he can't testify to that, he shouldn't have been able to testify to his opinion before about the glass being used as a weapon. Anyhow, it's a slightly different thing than him testifying that the glass caused a specific injury. So I guess it's fine.
Thank you, sir. May I have a moment?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Any recross?
Yep.
Very briefly.
Okay.
In your report to the OCME, you said it was a glass to the face, not to the back of the head, correct?
I'm not sure how they wrote it down. but I would need to be refreshed in my memory.
Okay, fair enough. Can I approach?
Yes.
Last sentence. Yeah?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, it does.
What did you say to the or what did you report to the OCME?
That there was a possibility that the decedent was struck to the face with a glass.
You also, with regard to the phrase, I hit him, or the Sergeant Good and or Flamati telling you that she said, Ms. Reed said she hit him. When did Sergeant Good tell you that?
It would have been during our conversations at the police department.
And when did EMC Flamati tell you that?
He never told me that.
So the only thing you were going on with regard to the phrase or the statement that you claim my client indicated, where my client indicated she hit him, is coming from Sergeant Good.
That information at that time was provided by the first responders from the scene.
And Sergeant Good then relayed that to you, correct?
At some point, yes.
Is there a single report memorializing that Sergeant Good reported to you that morning before 10:41 a.m., before 10:41 a.m., that my client made the statement that she hit him?
I don't believe so.
I want to shift gears real quick to the video. A couple of quick questions about that. When did you, and I'm talking about the higher quality video, the one that was inverted. When did you receive that video? What date?
I'm not sure. It was at some point in either late April or early May.
After we had started this trial.
Objection.
Do you know?
I do not, Your Honor.
Okay.
If after mid-April, correct?
I believe so. I'm strictly speculating.
Who asked you to retrieve that video?
I did not retrieve that video.
I'm sorry, that's a presumptuous question. At what point were you asked to secure the video, or were you ever asked to secure the video?
That video was never secured by me. I was not asked to secure it. I just was asked to review it.
Okay, so who did secure the video to your knowledge?
I do not know.
You're aware that it was, well, let me ask you a couple of different questions then, based on that. You've already testified that you knew that the Canton Police Department was recused from any investigation concerning this case, correct?
At one point, we learned that the Canton Police Department, the decision was made way above my level, and I was advised by Detective Lieutenant Tully that Canton Police had recused themselves from the investigation as far as interviews go.
And you knew that that recusal was because of a connection between the Canton Police Department and the Albert family, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you know, or were you informed, that the recusal was based on the connection between the Canton Police Department and the Albert family?
Objection.
So it's sustained for the same reason I sustain the Commonwealth's objection at sidebar, Mr. Jackson.
Last question. Who provided the video?
I do not know.
Canton Police Department, wasn't it?
You asked who? That's an entity.
Okay, what entity provided the video?
It came from the Canton Police Department.
Thank you, that's all I have.
All right, Sergeant, you are all set, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh,
Your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. Commonwealth call, Officer Nicholas Barros to the stand.
Okay.
okay. So let's get this up here. We will update the. So this is Dighton PD now. Okay, 1 second. Let's get this. Sorry. Okay, we're going to update the pin chat and we are going to update in the description as well. 1 second. And we are also going to get some questions here. So bear with me for just a second. Okay. Where is this? Okay. All right, final questions. Jonathan Willig, question: if the defense proves Lally knew the video was inverted, is that an automatic mistrial? No, but the jury is definitely going to take note and that they will take it into account for sure. Larry Huffin question, why is the CW not in trouble for putting up the flipped video and using it as a red herring, pointing out the wrong taillight? Look, we never touched it. See, LOL. I mean, they may be in trouble with the jury. So that's, at the end of the day, that's what the defense really cares about most of all. And then also from Larry Huffin, Alita, I'm curious, after the judge cutting Yannetti off and considering everything she said and done so far, how are you from accepting her bias? I doubt you're there yet. How close to it are you now? Some of the decisions that she's made are definitely questionable. I don't like it, but I don't know if that can be properly classified as her bias or her just not particularly liking certain aspects of their personality, which that can be a difference. Also, LK Ryden question, did you see the video lawyer Lee made where she turned the video the right way? Watching it is substantially different the right way, which I think you sent this chat in right before they showed the doubly inverted footage, which is the way that it should have been showed in the first place. It really was different. I hadn't seen Lawyer Lee's video on that, but yeah, it is different. Debbie Fiazon Cook, Lewis, how likely would a jury be to vote not guilty due to the inverted video if they thought the CW was trying to deceive them? Well, I don't know. I can't speak to like specific likelihood of what the jury is going to do because it's made up of 12 individuals, right? So we can't really say. I'm uncomfortable with assigning a likelihood one way or another, but I will say that from my experience and my opinion, I think that is a very damaging thing for the prosecution. And I think that the jury is very likely to at the very least take it into account, right? I don't know that that's going to be the thing that will make them decide one way or another on this case. Emmanuel Seco question, if the capture is motion activated, why isn't there video of the third person approaching the back of the truck only leaving? Good question. The jury may be thinking that as well. I don't know that I buy this whole motion activated, non-motion activated thing, because as soon as there's movement in the frame, it should have been picked up if that's the case. So yeah, personally, I don't know that I buy it. L Borate, I'm colorblind, so I'm questioning you on the ring camera where KR's car hit JO's car. Would you say that the taillight is 90% missing? From my recollection, I don't think that it was 90% missing. But that's my impression, my interpretation. Becca, question, what is the Lally tally at currently? Good question. Thank you so much for asking. Let's see here. Going back to Twitter, what did I say? Okay, so the total after day 20 was 1,419. Day 21 had 33. So the grand total going into day 22 at the end of day 21 is 1,452. So that was a half day. So only 33. Only 33 what if any is on a half day. Can you believe it? So yeah, 1,452. It's a lot of what if any's. Is it Dayan Lujic? Maybe. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. In your opinion, why does the witness often respond defensively to stating simple facts? Because he doesn't necessarily want to answer with a very straight answer, because it's just too good for the defense. Basically, that's my impression. Solo Cup Evidence. It's a great name. Question, Legalbytes, does Lally get to choose his own witnesses, or does the word come from up above him? That should be his choice. His strategy for trying this case is generally going to be coming from the lead attorney. However, there can also be other general like strategy discussions with supervising attorneys and things like that as well. Like usually if there are some supervising attorneys, I mean, depending on how long someone's practiced and how much trust they've sort of engendered within their office, they may or may not have much oversight over their trial strategy. But in a case like this, that he's this high profile. I would imagine that he's got people that he's discussing the case with at the very least to sort of bounce ideas off of for who he should call and when and that kind of thing. Maybe, possibly. It's what I would do anyway. All right, let's get on with the testimony. Now we have Officer Nicholas Barros.
Please hold so the evidence of the court during the case now and the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
And we're going to keep it at 1.25 since it's a Lally direct.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Nicholas Barros, Barros,
And how are you employed, sir?
with the town of Dighton.
And what, if any, role or what do you do for the town of Dighton?
I have
I'm
no
a
role.
police sergeant for the police department.
And how long in total have you been a member of the Dighton Police?
In total, started in 2011, 14 years this December.
And how long have you had the rank of sergeant with the Dighton Police?
A year and a half.
Now, if I could direct your attention to January 29th, 2022. Do you recall that date?
I do.
And were you working that date?
I was.
And do you recall what kind of shift you were working on that occasion?
I was working the 8 to 4, the day shift.
And was that the only shift that you had worked on that occasion, or how long had you been on shift by the time you came on for the 8 to 4?
That particular day, I was working from 8 a.m. to midnight. It was on a double.
Now, at some point when you first came in, with reference, if you could explain to the jury just briefly or in general terms, when you come on shift for the Dighton Police, what, if any, communication, well, first and foremost, what was your role as far as that particular shift was concerned?
I was the officer in charge that day from 8 a.m. to midnight. When I came in at 8 a.m., the outgoing shift, the midnight to 8 shift, had advised me that a resident had called the police station on a 911 call requesting a ride to Brockton Hospital to meet his daughter due to her daughter's boyfriend passing away, and he needed a ride due to the snowstorm.
And then as your shift continued, what, if any, further contact or who, if anyone, reached out to you in regard to that earlier situation?
Later on, I believe it was around 2:30 in the afternoon, I received a phone call from the Norfolk District Attorney's Office with the troopers assigned there, and they had stated that they were going to come to Dighton to retrieve a vehicle that was involved in a homicide.
And did they give you a specific address as far as where they were going?
I believe the address was 345 Country Hill Drive in Dighton, North Dighton.
And with regard to that address, what, if anything, did you recognize between that and the earlier call that you were just speaking?
That was the address that came up on the 911 call when that gentleman had called earlier on the prior shift.
And at some point, did you come to find out who the residents were at that address on Country Hill Lane?
I
did.
Okay.
Who did you find them to be?
It was the Reed residence.
All right, so Sergeant, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, and Mr. Lally, you too.
And the Reed residence was at a William and Janet Reed, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as you received that call at about 2:30, do you know specifically who you spoke to around 2:30 in the afternoon?
Trooper Michael Proctor.
And as far as that earlier information that you were talking about with the 911 call, what, if anything, from that did you impart to Trooper Proctor?
I advised Trooper Proctor that we did receive a 911 call on the midnight to 8 shift about the resident looking to get a ride to Brockton Hospital.
And during that initial call, how was it sort of left as far as what, if anything, you were going to provide as far as assistance or with regard to the troopers on that first call?
On the first call, the troopers just had asked me if I could meet them at that residence as a courtesy since they were coming into my jurisdiction.
And what, if anything, did they indicate to you as far as where they were or when they felt they would be arriving in that area?
Trooper Proctor advised me that they were heading, I believe, from Canton, and once they were about 10 minutes away, they would recontact me so that I could meet them at the residence.
And subsequently, later in that afternoon, did you receive further contact from Trooper Proctor?
I did.
And do you know about what time that was?
I believe the first phone call was around 3 p.m. that he had called me and said that they would be there in about 10 minutes.
And upon receiving that call, what, if anything, did you do?
I had contacted, Trooper Proctor had asked me to contact our tow company to have them meet us at the residence as well. And I said, once I hung up with him, I would contact the tow company and then respond to that address on Country Hill Drive.
Is there a specific tow company that the Dighton Police uses with regard to towing the vehicle?
Who cares?
In town?
During that period, it was Diamond Towing.
And so did you
You need to know
contact someone at Diamond Towing in reference to responding to that address as well?
I did. I contacted the owner and he responded.
Now, as far as that,
What, if any, meals have you ever had with the owner of the Diamond Towing Company? It's just more information. I don't know. I mean, I suppose we're going to be hearing from the tow truck driver, right? The defense is apparently supposed to be calling him, but like, we can find that out later. Like, this is the guy who responded to this call at this place on this date and at this time.
area of Dighton, if you could explain to the jury sort of what you observed as you were coming down towards that residence on that day.
Okay, so when I responded to that address, that street is off of 138. When I turned onto Country Hill Drive, I was traveling west. When I arrived on that street, I observed a black pickup truck parked on the street facing east. I was flagged down by that black pickup truck by the driver and was told that they were the troopers that I had spoke to, Trooper Michael Proctor and the other sergeant.
Sergeant that left the room as you were coming in?
Correct.
And what identification did they provide to you in reference to that?
They showed me their ID and their badges.
And then from there, where did you proceed?
I had parked my marked police vehicle at the end of the driveway since it was a snowstorm and we could not get into the driveway. And then we walked up to the residence.
So when you say it was a snowstorm and we couldn't get into the driveway, can you expound upon that a little as far as explaining to the jury why it was that you couldn't get into the driveway?
There was about a foot of snow in the driveway.
Because it was snowing. It was snowing. This is the number one fact that we know has absolutely been proven beyond reasonable doubt.
And as far as that snow that you observed when you arrived there, was that snow, how did that snow appear as far as, did it appear as if it had been shoveled or snow blown or untouched, or how did it?
It was untouched.
Now, as you're going through the snow, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it's yourself, Trooper Proctor, and Sergeant from the State Police, and who, if anyone else, is going along with you?
I had an officer that was field training with me that day, and he was with me as well. And we went up to the residence.
And as you're walking up to the residence, what, if anything, did you come upon as you're going towards, say, any door or getting closer to the home?
I remained at the garage. The two troopers went to the front door and made contact with the homeowner.
Now, as far as you were there specifically for a vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Did you observe a vehicle in the driveway at any time?
Yes, we observed a black Lexus SUV in the driveway.
And what, if any, observations did you make to the rear area of that vehicle specifically?
At first, I did not go up to the vehicle. I just remained at the driveway and waited for the troopers to come back. And once they came back, they were let into the house through the garage. I had walked in with them briefly and then went back out to the garage and remained with the vehicle.
And as far as at any point in time, did you have any conversation with anyone named Karen Reed that day while you were at the house?
I did not.
Now, with respect to you come back out to the garage, is that correct?
Correct.
And the troopers are inside the house, is that also correct?
Correct.
Oh, come on. No. Why are you doing this?
Now, at some point, do other vehicles come down to the driveway area of this residence?
Oh, come on. Why?
That you were at?
I had contacted the
Oh my gosh. Come on, internet. Don't do this to me. Give me a second. We've got to let it think, I suppose.
highway superintendent after speaking with the troopers about.
Let me go back a sec. The internet is having a hard time interneting.
Residence that you were at?
I had contacted the highway superintendent after speaking with the troopers about how to retrieve the vehicle since the driveway was untouched and had about a foot of snow. I had made the decision that I would call the highway superintendent and see if that he would come and plow the driveway so that the tow truck would have access inside in the driveway.
And just in reference to this driveway, just if you could, not exact footage or anything, but how close is this?
Come on. Oh my gosh. You're killing me, Smalls.
Lexus SUV parked in relation to the roadway,
Let me go back.
footage or anything, but how close is this Lexus SUV parked in relation to the roadway? How long is that drive?
It's got to be about 150 feet off the roadway, if not more.
Killing me, Smalls. Okay. Okay. I'll let it catch up really quick. Let me get some questions here while we wait. Baz 80s questions still catching up. So might have been answered in the voice. Oh, in the voir dire. Are they checking qualifications and ability to testify, or is it to see what they are actually going to say? Sorry if it's been asked. No, I think that they are. This is also to determine whether or not they will be allowed to testify at all. Also, Robinson, thanks for the super chat. Lolly Direct, time to go shopping back in 30. Swiss personality question. Got here late and just caught up. Can we guess why AG didn't ask Bukhenik about KR's audio confession to clear it up for the jury? She said BA and CA beat up JO. Probably because I'm not exactly sure. Ooh, thank you. I'm not exactly sure, but maybe because he figures that they will be able to figure out on their own when they do listen to it. I'm not sure. Or maybe at closing they will bring it up and be like, okay, so let's play that audio once again, the one that she where she was talking to Trooper Bukhenik and what she actually said. Let's play it for you and listen carefully when you go into the deliberation room. That may be what they end up doing with that. Okay.
It's got to be about 150 feet off the roadway, if not more.
Oh my God, you got to be kidding me. Come on. Sorry, guys. This is very frustrating. The feed keeps like freezing on me and like thinking.
Is it the internet that's on?
The internet is connected, but for some reason, this is just like being stupid.
It's got to be about 150 feet off the roadway, if not more.
Okay, I think I'm going to have to refresh it and then go back. Okay, because it's going to refresh to live. Ugh, okay. Yeah. Okay, let's see here. Why is it doing this? Okay. Okay.
Truck would have access inside in the driveway.
And just in reference to this driveway, just if you could, not exact footage or anything, but how close is this Lexus SUV parked in relation to
There we
the
go.
roadway? How long is that driveway?
It's got to be about 150 feet off the roadway, if not more.
And if you recall, from where you're standing at the point of the garage, was what part of the vehicle was facing you? Was it the front of the vehicle, the back of the vehicle, the side of the vehicle?
I was looking at the left side of the vehicle.
And at some point,
Wait.
did you make any observations?
Wait a second.
I was looking.
Was what part? And if you recall, from where you're standing at the point of the garage, was what part of the vehicle was facing you? Was it the front of the vehicle, the back of the vehicle, the side of the vehicle?
I was looking at the left side of the vehicle.
So the driver's side.
And
That's helpful to the prosecution. He said, oh, okay. Why is the chat disconnected now? Hang on a second. Hang on. Okay, now we're successfully reconnected. Okay. So I don't think that this is going to be a good thing for the prosecution. He just testified that it was cracked. There was a piece missing, but it was not completely damaged. So that's a problem for the prosecution, because of all of these pieces that were found supposedly at the scene of the crime. Okay, sorry, you guys missed it. Okay, we got to go back. We have to go back because this is important. Okay.
Off the roadway, if not more.
Okay.
Left
Yeah.
What part
Sorry.
of the vehicle?
out of the vehicle.
Sorry. Left part of the vehicle.
And at some point, did you make any observations of the right rear part of that Lexus SUV?
I did.
And what, if anything, did you observe about that area of the vehicle?
I saw that there was some damage to the right rear taillight. To my best ability and recollection, that taillight was not completely damaged. It was cracked and that a piece was missing, but not completely damaged.
Ooh.
And then beyond the taillight,
Yeah. That's not good for the prosecution. That's inconsistent with finding these ginormous cracked pieces that were completely shattered, that were found at 34 Fairview Road days and weeks later. I don't think that's good for the prosecution. Why did Lally call this guy? Why did he call him? Yeah, this is kind of a problem for Lally, I think. Retro.
light area of that vehicle, what, if anything else, did you observe as far as damage to the rear passenger side area?
Like a dent on the rear quarter.
And as far as the dent on the rear quarter panel that you saw, was that above the taillight, below the taillight, or something?
It's probably right in conjunction with the taillight in that same area.
And from the time that you made these observations of the vehicle, at any point did you go sort of physically up to the vehicle?
I walked up to the vehicle, correct.
And about how far away from the vehicle did you get?
5 to 10 feet away.
And as far as the sort of outside or exterior of the vehicle, you mentioned obviously there's about a foot of snow on the ground. What, if anything, precipitation-wise or weather-wise, was around or on the outside of the vehicle?
Just snow.
And in particular, in this area of the right rear passenger side and that taillight, was there any snow or ice or anything around that area that you observed?
On the vehicle itself?
Yes.
Yes, on the vehicle, there was snow on the vehicle.
And not to put words in your mouth, but sort of caked on there, is that correct?
I guess you could say caked on, correct.
So you'd reached out to the highway superintendent to have someone come out and plow the driveway, correct?
Correct.
And do you know about how long it was between the time that you made that call and the time that the plow driver came out to clear it?
Less than 10 minutes.
And the sort of clearing of the driveway and the process of that, do you know about how long that took?
I'd say another 10 minutes or so.
And as far as the time that the troopers went into the house, at some point the troopers obviously came out of the house, correct?
Correct.
Do you know about how long it was that they were inside of the house?
More than 30 minutes, less than an hour.
Now, at any point in time that while you were there, did you yourself or did you see anyone else touching or making any contact or manipulating or anything in that rear passenger side area of either the taillight or the dent that you
I did not.
No, sir, that happened afterwards. That's what it seems like. At this point, this testimony coming right after the Sally Port footage, it kind of feels that way. Man, oh man. I mean, look, there's still a massive vacuum for me on that particular issue, but I don't blame people for being like, no, I mean, this is because it was manipulated later.
I'm sorry.
I did not.
Let me have a moment, John.
Yes.
Okay, we can fast forward.
All right, Sergeant Barros, you are all set.
Wait.
Okay, cross-examination.
All right, Sergeant Barros, you are all set, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No cross. Oh, that's brilliant.
Do you want to call another witness or morning recess?
Morning recess, but, and if I could just, either before or after, I just need to address one thing with the court at sidebar.
All right, so we'll send the jurors out. Jurors, why don't we take the morning recess?
Okay. Morning recess. Oh, we may actually get caught up to live here. Okay. Yeah, of course there's no cross on that particular witness because what he just testified to was super helpful to the defense. That yeah, there's a small crack in the tail light, maybe a couple pieces that are missing, consistent with it hitting John O'Keefe's car. Yeah, Karen does look pretty happy with that testimony. She looks pretty happy there, and I can understand why. I can understand why that was that was terrible testimony for the prosecution. Why did Lally call him? Okay, so now we're gonna skip to live. If it will allow us, will YouTube allow us to do so? Let's see. I'm gonna refresh it again. Come on. There we go. Okay. So now we are back to live. Let's get some questions here, shall we? Oh, we've only got one question in the chat. Jonathan Willig, question in regards to the chat question about the audio. Is it better for the defense to not name a specific suspect? Oh, we're basically going to be super caught up right after this. Is it to not name a suspect so the jury can deduce on their own who did it, or at the least have RD that KR did it? Reasonable doubt that KR did it. Let me ask that again. Okay, about the audio. Is it better for the defense to not name a specific suspect so the jury can deduce on their own who did it?
Back in session, you may be seated.
Let me pause this really quick to answer this. I don't know. I mean, that's a strategy question, and there are different ways of looking at a strategy issue. There. To the internet. Okay, I think we're reconnected now. Okay. So, yeah, so as I was saying, there are multiple ways of trying a particular case, and the defense definitely wants to be able to point the finger at specific individuals, but the judge so far has not allowed them to do so because of the fact that they, you know, she said at the beginning of the trial that they need to put on credible evidence first before they can start pointing a finger at these individuals. So whether they've done that enough now is another question. Jeff Hoff, question, Legalbytes, going back to Yuriy Bukhenik, what does his weaseling out of the video make him more suspicious rather than just admitting it was not accurate? I think so. Anytime you have testimony where you've got evidence right in front of the jury, and then you have a witness that is testifying about that evidence and trying to characterize it in a particular way, the jury is always going to be able to see for themselves and make determinations for themselves as to how they characterize it. And if that differs from the way that the witness is characterizing it, that's going to cause them to look at that witness and be like, okay, you're not being fully straightforward. You're kind of getting bendy with the facts here, which is never a particularly good look. Richie White, if Karen is found not guilty, what next for the O'Keefes? I don't know. Maybe they continue to investigate and then they charge someone else. I doubt it though at this point, just based on how things have gone. Steph, maybe just a procedural question. Would it have been kosher for the defense on cross to ask Barros if he reconstructed taillight looked like his recollection? That would have been an interesting question, actually. I don't know, but I suppose they could have. I'm sure they would have drawn some objections, but I think it probably could have come in. The question, though, is how that can backfire, though. There's a risk in that, because if he says no, then there's a bit of a risk in that. Sonia D. Carrie Roberts' dash cam showed the broken taillight that morning. Can the prosecution not bring it back in because there's no way to create a foundation for it? Well, Carrie Roberts didn't have a dash cam. She's not a police officer, but they have shown dash cam already, which would be in evidence. The question is whether you can show it to another witness who wouldn't have seen it and wouldn't have any reason to know of it or recognize it. That's another question. The Rubber Duck 77, could it be the witness knows that we know about the taillight, so he told the truth, or was Lally just trying to use caked on snow to soften it? I don't know. I have no idea. So it's personality question. Can the O'Keefe family sue her in civil court a la O.J. Simpson? Yes. And the burden is much lower there. All right, folks, let's get to it.
All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth, the call, Trooper Michael Proctor. to stand.
Whoa, here he is. Oh man, I was gonna look for some kind of audio to play for it. Those horns, bow, 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 or perhaps the, sorry guys, yeah, the screen, or perhaps the Price is Right music. I don't know. All right, let's get to it. Trooper Michael Proctor. They actually brought him in.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, jurors.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Trooper Michael Proctor, Proctor.
And how are you employed, sir?
I am currently assigned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office in the Homicide Unit within the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have
Trooper, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up loud, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And sir, if you want, that microphone in front of you is adjustable, so however close or far away you want. Now, how long have you been a trooper with the state police?
For over 10 years, and it'll be 5 years in September with the Homicide Unit.
Now, with reference to your work with the homicide unit, with the detective unit at the district attorney's office, what, if any, specialized training did you receive in regard to your work within that unit?
I've attended several homicide schools. I've also been certified in Legalbytes software programming. I've also, in addition to homicide investigations, have worked within the narcotics unit on several different investigations there as well.
Now, with respect to your work with the detective unit, as far as, do you have sort of an on-call system?
We do.
And can you explain to the jury sort of how that works, or how those specific days for your on-call duties are assigned?
Sure. So Sergeant Bukhenik usually sets the on-call rotation. It's at random, and your on-call is from 7 a.m. to 7 a.m. Any unattended death, homicide, suicide, overdose, things of that nature that comes in during that time frame, you own it. That's your call.
Now, were you working in that capacity with the detective units on January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And at some point in the morning, did you receive a call in regard to a situation in the town of Canton?
I did.
And what, if anything, was that? When did you first receive that call from them?
Sergeant Bukhenik called me at approximately 6:48 that that Saturday morning advised that Canton PD had a male party that was discovered in the snow outside of a residence, and he wasn't sure what had happened. It was originally given to me as a possible medical situation.
And based on that initial call and that initial information that you received, what, if anything, did you do?
And at that point, I knew I needed to gather further information, so I contacted Detective Lank from Canton Police Department to see exactly what transpired.
Okay, are we back? Internet is back. Okay, I think so. Okay.
In the morning, he had informed me that a male party had been transported to Good Samaritan Hospital with some injuries. Detective Lane didn't have much more information, so I knew I needed to contact the paramedic at the hospital, the individual who's treating Mr. O'Keefe.
Before we get to that, if I could, I'm sorry. As far as Detective Sergeant Lank was concerned, was that someone that you called on your own, or how did you get his information, or why did you call him specifically?
I knew he was on scene, so I called Detective Lank.
So that was some information that you had received at some point earlier, and then you contacted, Detective Sergeant Lank.
Correct.
And following that, you reached out to whom? I'm sorry.
This firefighter Anthony Flamati.
And with reference to that conversation, what, if anything, did you learn from that?
Firefighter Flamati informed me that
I'm going to allow it.
Firefighter Flamati informed me that Mr. O'Keefe had some injuries to his right arm, some abrasions to his right arm, some injuries to his eyes, a cut to the nose area, and he put a 10% chance of survival for Mr. O'Keefe.
And then based on that information, who did you call next?
I contacted Sergeant Bukhenik, advised him that this sounds like it's more than a medical situation.
And what, if any, decision did you and Sergeant Bukhenik come to with regard to what to do, or where to go, or what the next step should be?
So there's a couple different steps. Number one, it was blizzard conditions, and we operate, Ford Fusions or Chevy Malibu. So we got authorization to use our personal vehicles that are four-wheel drive, and to meet at Canton PD and to speak with the responding officers.
And about what time was it that you and Sergeant Bukhenik arrived at the Canton Police Department?
It was approximately 10 a.m. that morning.
And so, Trooper Proctor, if I could ask you, whereabouts were you at about 8:22 in the morning?
Home.
Had you shoveled out of your driveway at that time?
Not yet.
Had you cleaned up your car at that time?
No.
So you arrived at the Canton Police Station about 10 a.m. or so. When was it that you arrived in relation to Sergeant Bukhenik?
At Canton PD?
Yes.
I don't recall if Sergeant Bukhenik arrived first or myself.
But suffice it to say, at some time you both arrived around 10 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And where did you go with the Canton Police when you arrived there?
We spoke with the Sergeant Sean Good.
And what, if anything, did you learn from Sergeant Good?
Sergeant Good informed us that while he was on scene, he identified Kerry Roberts, Jennifer McCabe, Karen Reed. He also informed us that Jennifer McCabe was out early in the night at a waterfall bar in Canton with some individuals, and that she was the one who called 911 when they found Mr. O'Keefe in the snow that morning.
Now, with regard to the parties that you just mentioned, prior to January 29th, 2022, had you ever met or were you aware of either Jennifer McCabe or Kerry Roberts, or Karen Reed, or John O'Keefe?
I've never met any of them.
And at some point subsequent, did you have occasion to meet and speak with Ms. Reed?
Yes.
And do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
I do.
Just for clarification purposes, if you could identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing.
She's seated between Mr. Jackson and Mr. Yannetti wearing a pinstripe sport coat.
Just ask a record reflects identification of the defendant.
Yes.
Now, after you speak with Sergeant Good, did you speak with anybody else at the Canton Police Station?
No.
And where did yourself and Sergeant Bukhenik go from there?
We then traveled to the home of Matthew and Jennifer McCabe.
Now, with reference to when I say you and Sergeant Bukhenik, at how long a period of time was it that you were with Sergeant Bukhenik on that date of January 29th?
It's from 10 a.m. approximately when we met at Canton Police Department until when we returned to the troopers in my office at Canton PD. So
Go back a second.
and we also had a debrief meeting with just the troopers in my office at Canton PD. So at least from 10 to 6, 7, because we also went back to the office with some evidence.
And so from that entire time, from 10 in the morning until later on in the night, other than maybe short drives in individual cars, were you essentially with Sergeant Bukhenik that entire day?
Yes, we used Sergeant Buchenek's pickup truck that entire day. I left my personal vehicle at the police department, and I rode with Sergeant Bukhenik all day and into the evening.
Now, from the Canton Police Station, where did you and Sergeant Bukhenik go?
The McCabe's house in Canton.
And who, if anyone, did you speak with there?
We spoke with Matthew and Jennifer McCabe, as well as Brian Albert.
And those interviews that you conducted, were they how were they conducted?
One-on-one, Sergeant Buchanek and myself kind of rotated out Jennifer, Matthew, and Brian. So first we interviewed Jennifer, and then once that was completed, we had her step out, go to a separate room, brought in Matthew, and then the same thing with Brian.
And for the balance of the interviews that you conducted several interviews over the course of your investigation in this case, is that correct?
Correct.
And for those interviews, as far as individually done, was that primarily what you did with each of the people that you interviewed over the course of the investigation?
Yes, each interview conducted was either with Sergeant Buchanek or another trooper, in one-on-one, with the exception of Julie and Chris Albert, I believe, were in the same room as us.
Now, with respect to, I believe you just answered it, but as far as each of the interviews that you conducted over the course of your investigation, was it at any point in time, was there an interview that you conducted just by yourself?
There was just one.
And who was that one that you conducted by yourself?
That took place just at the grand jury across the street. It was the Currans. I had some difficulty locating them, so when they appeared for grand jury, I interviewed them one-on-one by myself prior to their testimony at grand jury.
You had attempted to meet with them prior to them coming to the grand jury, is that correct?
Yes.
And they had not been responsive to that?
Correct.
However, they were responsive to the summons, and so you interviewed them before they went into the grand jury, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Other than those, as far as Mr. and Mrs. Curran, every interview that you conducted was in the presence of at least one other trooper?
Correct.
Now, as far as you mentioned one name that we hadn't discussed before at the McCabe household, a Brian Albert. Prior to January 29th, 2022, had you ever met or were you aware or did you know Brian Albert?
I never met Brian Albert until that interview.
Now, following the interviews that you conducted at the McCabe household, where did you go from there?
After the interviews at the McCabe household, Sergeant Buchanek and I traveled to Good Samaritan Hospital for two reasons. One, we knew Miss Reed was there receiving treatment for Section 12. And two, we wanted to view Mr. O'Keefe.
And when you arrived at the Good Samaritan Hospital, was the defendant, Miss Reed, still at that facility at that time?
We spoke with the security staff at Good Samaritan Hospital. They informed us that Miss Reed was released.
I'll allow it, just as to where you went.
That Miss Reed was released several hours prior to our arrival.
And do you know about what time it was that you arrived, yourself and Sergeant Buchanek, at the Good Samaritan?
Maybe approximately 1 o'clock.
And you mentioned there was a second reason, and that was to view Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
That's correct.
And did your application, or did you have a chance to view Mr. O'Keefe's body at the Good Samaritan?
We did.
And where was that within the hospital?
I was in the emergency room.
And when you went to where Mr. O'Keefe was, can you describe for the jury what, if any, observations you made of Mr. O'Keefe's body at the time that you observed?
The first thing I noticed on Mr. O'Keefe is he had abrasions on his right arm. On the top of his right arm, there's approximately 6 to 8, ranging from his forearm to his lower bicep. There was no injuries underneath that forearm. Both eyes were swollen and black and blue. He had a cut on, I believe it was his right nostril. Another smaller cut, I believe it was on his left eye. Those were the injuries that kind of jumped out to me.
At any point in time, did you make any observations of the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head while you were there?
I did observe blood on the back of the head. I wasn't able to tell if there's any significant trauma to the back of his head.
Now, from the Good Samaritan Hospital, yourself and Sergeant Bukhenik, what, if any, items did you secure in evidence from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
So after we viewed Mr. O'Keefe's body, we observed a pile of clothes in the corner that hospital staff had cut off Mr. O'Keefe and kind of piled into the corner. The one thing that had jumped out to both of us was one sneaker. And it's fairly common in a motor vehicle pedestrian strike that...
Sustained. I'll
Yeah.
strike from fairly common, the observation.
So yeah, it's the testimony about, this is fairly common for this kind of motor vehicle incident or what have you. It's just that's way too tentative, way too generic. He's got to be testifying not to essentially what is an opinion, but what he saw.
As far as the clothing that you observed, can you describe the clothing that you observed?
Yes. We observed one black sneaker with a Nike logo, a pair of blue jeans, a belt, boxer shorts, an orange T-shirt, and a two-tone gray, light kind of hooded sweatshirt type of material.
Now, Trooper Proctor, over the course of your career responding to unattended deaths or death investigations as a detective of the unit, how many of those have involved situations where a pedestrian was struck by a motor vehicle?
While I've been in the unit, maybe 3 or 4, and then I've other experiences on the road.
And as far as the other experiences on the road, can you expound upon those as far as how many or what time period we're talking about?
About 6 years I spent on the road, so maybe another 3 or 4.
And with reference to those pedestrian crashes, what, if anything, have you seen in those prior investigations in regard to sneakers or footwear of pedestrians involved in motor vehicle crashes?
I'm going to see you at sidebar on this.
Okay, we are going to fast forward.
Proceed, Your Honor.
Yes.
Now, with reference to your prior experience with pedestrian crashes involving motor vehicles, what, if any, observations have you made on those prior occasions in regard to the footwear with respect to the pedestrians and motor vehicle crashes?
In those experiences, I've observed one, if not both, pieces of footwear remained at the point of impact.
And so with respect to your observations of the clothing, there only being one sneaker of Mr. O'Keefe's property, what, if any, significance did that have to you as far as the sort of steps you took subsequent in your investigation?
That was just a little piece of evidence that Sergeant Bukhenik and I picked up, that only one piece of footwear revealed the potential of a vehicle strike.
Now, in addition to Sergeant Bukhenik is one of your supervisors within the detective unit, is that correct?
Yes,
And there's another one, a Lieutenant Brian Tully.
that's correct.
Now, with respect to the one sneaker that was found in Mr. O'Keefe's property, what, if anything, with regard to that, did you communicate to Lieutenant Tully?
Objection.
As to how it goes to the investigation,
Yes.
I'll allow it.
So Sergeant Bukhenik and I informed DLT Tully that there was one shoe at the hospital.
And with respect to Detective Lieutenant Tully, are you aware that subsequently in the afternoon that there was a search that was conducted in the area of 34 Fairview Road where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
Yes.
And are you aware of what, if anything, was recovered in the area where Mr. O'Keefe was found on that day?
Objection.
I'll allow it as to the investigation.
Yes.
And what are you aware?
We were informed, Sergeant Bukhenik, SIR team and Detective Lieutenant Tully discovered a black Nike sneaker with a white swoosh logo that was a match to Mr. O'Keefe's shoe at the hospital.
Now, from these items of clothing, I'm sorry, let me just let the sound go on. Trooper, in addition to the shoe that you've already referenced, what, if anything else, did you observe about what kind of clothing and the condition of the clothing that you observed at the hospital?
The clothing seemed, it was wet. It was pretty well saturated. The right sleeve had some cuts to it, like tears to it. There's like blood and vomit on it, if I recall. Those were the observations I had made of the clothing. And they had been cut due to rendering first aid as well, the pants area.
Now, subsequent to viewing these clothing items at the hospital, at a later time, did you have occasion to observe surveillance video from a variety of places on the evening of January 28th into the early morning of January 29th, depicting Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you note with regards to the clothing that you observed at the hospital and the clothing that you observed in the video?
So the videos I reviewed at CF McCarthy's bar and the Waterfall bar were the same clothes Mr. O'Keefe was wearing that Sergeant Bukhenik and I had secured at Good Samaritan Hospital.
Now, Trooper, I'm going to ask you some questions just in regard to securing these items specifically as evidence, but in general terms,
Those sirens are responding to more pants on fire.
as far as securing items and evidence within your unit. How is that accomplished? How is that done? What do you do with items that you deem of evidentiary value that you then secure?
Generally, if we take an item for evidence, we'll put it in a brown paper bag, document it, time, date, who secured that item, address, where it's discovered, and then we'll bring that back to our office, to the evidence processing area. From there, it'll go to a permanent evidence room that has triple retention. It has an actual key, a key card, and an actual access code. And only 3 members of my office have access to that room: the 2 evidence officers and Detective Lieutenant Tully.
And at this time, in January 29th, 2022, who was assigned as the evidence officers who had access to that room?
So that'd be Trooper David Ichiko and Trooper Jeffrey Kukowski.
Did either yourself or Sergeant Bukhenik have any access to that evidence storage?
No.
Now, with reference to these items that were seized and say items that were seized subsequent during the course of your investigation, did they go through that same sort of evidentiary storage process that you were speaking about before?
Yes.
Now, with reference to, in addition to the clothing items, at some point did you come into possession and seize Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes.
And do you recall where it was that you received or retrieved Mr. O'Keefe's phone from?
We received it at the Canton Police Department.
And was that prior to you going to the Good Samaritan?
After, I believe.
So following the Good Samaritan, where did you go from there?
So after the Good Samaritan Hospital, Sergeant Bukhenik and I traveled to 345 Country Hill Drive in Dighton.
And why did you go to that location?
That was the residence of Miss Reed's parents' home. And having a brief conversation with Miss Reed on the phone, she informed us she was at her parents' house.
So you had called Miss Reed, spoken to her, and informed her that you were coming there to speak, correct?
Correct.
And just as you had done with Ms. McCabe, Mr. McCabe, you spoke to Ms. Reed within her home?
Yes.
And who, if anyone else, did you reach out to on your way there with regard to local law enforcement as you were driving to Dighton?
We contacted the Dighton Police Department just for a couple of reasons. One, it's a common courtesy. If we're in another town, we just kind of give the local PD a heads up. But also we needed to coordinate a plow truck and potentially a tow truck as well.
And why did you need to coordinate those?
At the time, there must have been at least a foot of snow on the ground, more. And it was a dead-end cul-de-sac. So was clear.
Hang on. Are we good? Okay. Just want to make sure before we continue. Okay, yeah, we're good.
The driveway of the residence. So the tow truck could pull into the driveway.
Now, as far as the drive...
I see what happened. We got caught up, and now we're having to go at the glacial speed that Lally normally talks at.
Good Samaritan, that's in Brockton, is that correct?
Yes.
As far as the drive from the Good Samaritan Brockton to the defendant's parents' home in Dighton, about how long a drive was that, and how would you describe the weather conditions along the way?
Yeah, the weather conditions were white out, high winds, blizzard conditions. We had to travel very slow. It was almost about an hour to get there.
And when you arrived there, you were in Sergeant Bukhenik's truck, is that correct?
Correct.
And where did Sergeant Bukhenik position the truck in relation to the house at 345 Country Hill?
From what I recall, Sergeant Bukhenik went down the cul-de-sac and turned around, and he actually had to let me out first because of the high snowbanks, and then he parked kind of along the snow, pointing essentially to Mr. Reed's house.
And at some point, did members of the Dighton Police come along and join?
Yes.
And do you recall who those people were?
I believe one of the officers' last name was Barros or Barrios.
And had you ever met that officer before?
No.
Now, with respect to the home, had you and Sergeant Bukhenik approached the home at any point prior to the Dighton Police showing up?
I can't recall if, no, they had arrived first before we approached the home.
And when you approached the home, you went, what did you traverse? How did you get from the street to the home?
We walked down the driveway, and then we observed Miss Reed's Lexus parked in the driveway, the front of it facing one of the garage doors. And that's when we observed the broken taillight on the right side of the vehicle. We then proceeded to the front door. The snow was about up to our waist, and knocked on the door and was greeted by Mr. Reed.
So as you're walking up the driveway towards the home, you see Miss Reed's vehicle, is that correct?
Yes,
And that's a vehicle that you later subsequently found to be registered to Miss Karen Reed, is that correct?
correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
So I'm showing you documents, 4 pages in length, just ask you to review that after we finish. And do you recognize that document, sir?
Yes.
What do you recognize it to be?
The Registry of Motor Vehicles, it's the certified document for Miss Reed's Lexus.
Is that the plate information that's contained in there? Is that the same plate that was affixed to Ms. Reed's vehicle on that day?
Yes,
And that also details sort of the history or how long she's had possession of that vehicle. Is that fair to say?
correct.
Going back to, I believe, 2021, is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Call will seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
No objection.
Now, with respect to Ms. Reed, at some point you go into the house, is that correct?
Yes.
And how do you enter into the defendant's parents?
So Sergeant Bukhenik and I, after we had knocked on the front door, Mr. Reed directed us around the corner, opened up the garage door for us and invited us in.
Now, if I could take you back to, I'm sorry, just as far as when you're coming up the driveway and you're passing by the defendant's vehicle, you mentioned some damage that you observed to the right rear passenger side area, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you describe to the jury what it was specifically that you observed as far as damage to that area of the vehicle?
Yeah, the right rear tail light had essentially large pieces missing from it.
So you proceed inside the home, and where is it that you're directed, and where is the defendant?
We're invited into a large living room area. Miss Reed is seated on a couch, and her parents, William and Janet, are present for the conversation and kind of standing off to the side.
And that conversation goes on for approximately how long?
Approximately half hour, 40 minutes.
And when you terminate that conversation, you come back outside of the home, is that correct?
Yes.
And where is the vehicle at this point?
That is being put on the tow truck.
Now, in addition to the defendant's vehicle, what, if anything else, was taken and seized as evidence from the defendant on that morning?
After confirming the phone Miss Reed was holding was in fact hers, we told her we were seizing the phone and we'd be writing a search warrant for that.
Now, during the course of the conversation that you and Sergeant Bukhenik had with the defendant that afternoon at her parents' home in Dighton, were there some questions in relation to contact information for other people that were at bars or different establishments the night before?
Yes, we asked Miss Reed specifically for some of the friends that Mr. O'Keefe was with at CF McCarthy's. One person in particular was Michael Camerano. So we observed Miss Reed enter the passcode on her phone, retrieve Mr. Camerano's phone number for us, provided to us, and that just further confirmed that was her cell phone.
Now, through your training experience, when a cell phone is seized from a person, what, if anything, is it that you do with regard to that cell phone to preserve the information on?
Well, first thing we do is we put it in airplane mode, and then we give it to a cell phone expert in our office, Trooper Nicholas Garino, and he essentially tries to access the data in that phone once a search warrant is obtained.
Now, as far as putting that cell phone in what you described as airplane mode, what is the purpose of
It's to avoid if someone wants to go on a tablet or a laptop and access the information on their phone, and they can start deleting stuff off their iCloud. This prevents that.
So you secure the phone, you secure the vehicle on the tow truck, and then where did you and Sergeant Bukhenik go from there?
We follow the tow truck from the address in Dighton to the Canton Police Department. We're secured in the Sallyport Bay.
And if you know approximately what time was it that you arrived at the Canton Police Department and secured the defendant's vehicle in the Sallyport Bay?
So we left Dighton around 4:16 p.m. and arrived in Canton at the police department at approximately 5:31 p.m.
And with reference to the Canton Police Department Sallyport garage, why was the vehicle taken there?
I wasn't part of that decision, but it's my understanding that it's not large enough to house a vehicle that size, and it's not heated.
And in regard to the heated, what was the sort of purpose or utility of storing it in a heated set?
Miss Reed's vehicle was covered with snow and ice at the time. It was transported from Dighton to Canton.
And with regard to the Sallyport garage area of the Canton Police Department, at some point were you inside that area?
Yes.
And what, if any, observations did you make as far as the temperature or the heating within that facility?
I don't remember the exact, I couldn't put like a ballpark on temperature, but it was certainly warmer than outside.
Now, as far as the vehicle was concerned, either on scene, either in Dighton or at the Sallyport garage, or at any point in time that you were in the presence of that vehicle, what, if any, contact did you have? What, if anything, did you do or observe Sergeant Bukhenik to do with regard to that damaged area you described on the right rear passenger side?
Yeah. Sergeant Bukhenik and I never touched any part of that vehicle.
And as far as the moving it from sort of the tow truck into the Sallyport area, how was that accomplished?
The tow truck driver removed it from the tow truck and pulled it into the Sallyport Bay.
Now, as far as...
Actually, hang on. Sorry. Now, body language analysis and language analysis and things like that are all things that are outside of my area of expertise. And I know that there are a lot of people that have a lot of opinions about it, but I'm reminded of like his response just now about, he said, Sergeant Bukhenik and I never touched that vehicle. I'm reminded of what a lot of behaviorists and things like that have talked about. For example, I'm not going to turn this political, but this is undisputed at this point that President Clinton did lie to the public about having an affair with Monica Lewinsky. And the thing that he said that was so famous was, I did not have sexual relations with that woman. So saying, that using that kind of distancing language, that woman, that thing, that vehicle, it's interesting. That kind of jumped out at me for some reason, because people have said that is a linguistic sort of thing that happens when somebody is maybe not being fully truthful about something, is they try to distance themselves from the object subconsciously, so to speak. So that just kind of jumped out at me. I'm wondering if there's going to be any sort of behavioral analysts that are going to be looking at this kind of testimony, if something like that jumps out at them too. I don't know. Maybe it's nothing, right? But it was just something that I don't know. It stuck out to me, and I just thought that was really interesting. I'm going to go back for a second. Let's go over it again.
Yeah. Sergeant Bukhenik and I never touched any part of that vehicle.
And as far as the moving it from sort of the tow truck into the Sallyport area,
Yeah, take it with a grain of salt, of course, but it just jumped out at me.
how was that accomplished?
The tow truck driver removed it from the tow truck and pulled it into the Sallyport Bay.
Now, as far as prior to leaving that Sallyport area of the garage where the vehicle was, What, if anything, did you and Sergeant Bukhenik do with reference to securing that vehicle or coordinating it off in any way, shape?
We tried to set up a perimeter as best we could using caution tape, and just kind of sectioned it off with caution tape. We had a debrief meeting. So there's other troopers. There's troopers at scene on 34 Fairview Road. There's other troopers conducting interviews. So at the end of the night, members of my office met in a conference room at the Canton Police Department to exchange information as far as what everyone had learned throughout the day.
And as far as that meeting is concerned, that's just troopers from your unit, from your office, is that correct?
That's correct.
And so there were no members of the Canton Police Department that were present for that, is that correct?
No, correct.
And do you know why that was?
They had taken a step back from the investigation. They weren't going to participate in any interviews or anything of that nature.
And how was that communicated to you and Sergeant Bukhenik?
The best of my recollection was that debrief meeting that we were informed that essentially Canton PD would be taking a step back from the investigation, and that now this is just solely a Norfolk State Police investigation.
So before we get to sort of the debriefing and all that's covered in that, as far as when you're on call, you get a call for any kind of sort of homicide or unattended death or anything like that. You then become what's called a case officer for that investigation. Is that correct?
Correct.
And can you describe for the jury sort of what the duty or the role is of the case officer vis-a-vis the rest of the members of the unit?
So essentially, a case officer is more of a facilitator. You kind of delegate out tasks, coordinate interviews. The case officer isn't the sole decision maker. I have supervisors. I have that we bounce ideas off of. I get feedback from. I also keep them updated. It's a collaborative effort in each investigation. We're a small office, so when a homicide comes in, everyone essentially drops what they're doing, and we all work on it together. So it's a collective effort to work on these cases. And essentially, the case officer is just kind of the record keeper of all the reports that come in and video that comes in. But when it comes down to decision-making time, it's a group effort.
Now, with reference to that collaborative effort that you were just discussing and this sort of debriefing meeting, so there were other troopers doing other things or other tasks throughout the course of the day of the 29th, correct?
Yes.
And so what was sort of the purpose of or not specifically what was discussed, but in general terms, what was discussed during the course of this debriefing?
The taillight piece is found at 34 Fairview Road by CERT. The one sneaker found at 34 Fairview Road. Interviews conducted, and then Sergeant Bukhenik and I also shared everything we had kind of learned throughout the day as well.
And that debriefing meeting, if you know about how long approximately did that take in this case?
I can't recall, maybe half hour.
And so following that meeting, where did you go from there?
Sergeant Bukhenik and I had secured some evidence, the clothing from Good Samaritan Hospital, the additional sneaker found at 34 Fairview Road, as well as the taillight pieces discovered at 34 Fairview Road, and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone and Miss Reed's cell phone, and him and I transported those to the office in Canton.
And when you transported them to the office in Canton, what, if anything, did you do with those items?
The two cell phones were given to Trooper Nicholas Garino, and the clothing was laid out on top of Bush Drive in taillight pieces were set aside in the evidence intake processing area. Sergeant Bukhenik and I didn't have access to the permanent evidence locker area, so we just secured them in the temporary intake area.
And that leads me to to my next question. As far as the area that you're talking about with regard to the clothing items and the other items that you secured beyond the cell phones, that was in a secure area.
Okay. All right, there we go. Now we're back.
Card, and it's also equipped with an alarm.
Now,
I'm going to go back
It's
just
also
like 10 seconds here.
in your unit, correct?
correct. It's you need a key card, and it's also equipped with an alarm.
Now, following that, as far as these items of evidence and other items of evidence that are seized throughout the course of an investigation, how is it that they go, or what, if anything, is done, if you know, between the time that they go from this temporary storage area to the permanent storage area?
Yeah, I'm not an evidence officer. I never have been. My understanding is once it's in the evidence processing area, it gets put into the permanent evidence room that only, like I said, two troopers and a detective lieutenant have access to. And it's the evidence officer's responsibility to process that material when they see fit.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to February 1st, of working in regard to this investigation on that date as well.
Yes.
And at some point, did you have occasion to go back to the Canton Police Department, specifically in the Sallyport garage area?
I did.
And what was the purpose of you going out to the Sallyport garage on that?
Pursuant to a search warrant, we were processing Miss Reed's Lexus SUV.
And when you say we, who, if anyone else, was present with you, or who, if anyone else, did you contact in reference to the processing pursuant to that search warrant of the defendant's vehicle?
So we had a chemist from the State Police Lab, Miss Maureen Hartnett, as well as a trooper from Crime Scene Services, Trooper Zachary Clark. And then later in the day, the accident recon team, Trooper Joe Paul, had arrived as well.
Now, if I could just ask you a couple questions in regard to Crime Scene Services section. Can you describe for the jury sort of what their role is in regard to investigations that you do and how they're sort of contacted?
So in any scene, if it's required for it to be documented, Crime Scene Services will arrive. They'll document the scene with photographs. In more serious situations, in a homicide, for instance, they'll actually take video as well as dust fingerprints.
Now, with respect to this particular investigation, there were a number of different areas or different times when Crime Scene Services was contacted to document it, correct?
Yes.
And that would include a Good Samaritan when you observed injuries to Mr. O'Keefe?
Correct.
That would include the autopsy that was performed to Mr. O'Keefe?
Correct.
That would include subsequent searches that occurred at Fairview Road, is that correct?
Yes.
And with respect to each of those instances, if you know, was it ever the same trooper from Crime Scene Services section that came out and memorialized each of those respective areas?
Yeah, it was a different trooper each time.
And is that something that you or any member of your unit has any control over whatsoever as far as who shows up from Crime Scene Services to memorialize or document a scene?
No.
Now, with respect to the search warrant execution on February 1st, what I want to ask is between the time that you were in the garage on January 29th, 2022, and the time that you're there for the search warrant execution on February 1st, had you been in that Sallyport area of the Canton Police Station at any time in between?
No.
Now, with respect to the taillight area on the passenger side of the defendant's vehicle, what, if any, differences or what, if any, what, if anything, do you note sort of between your observations of the taillight on the 29th versus your observations on February 1st?
Yeah, the only difference from the 29th to the 1st was snow and ice had melted from the taillight.
So as far as the condition of that particular taillight, was it in essentially the same condition that you observed it on the 29th when you observed it on the 1st?
Yes, it was still broken and large pieces missing from it.
But as far as the
It's interesting because that's, I mean, obviously we just heard testimony from another officer who said that he observed otherwise on the 29th. So, okay. Once again, I don't know why Lally called Officer Barros. I don't know why. It's completely self-defeating in my opinion. And Kelly R, thanks so much for the super chat. The tail light, one cop says cracked, small piece missing. That was Officer Barros. One cop says broke, missing large pieces, but it's caked with snow. Yeah, I mean, these are inconsistent statements, and the jury is going to, figure out what they're going to do with that. Just because, thank you also for the super chat. I'm sorry if the crime scene needs to be documented. If you all, yeah, right. If it needs to be documented, you mean when it needs to be documented, because it definitely needs to be documented because it's a crime scene. If it's a crime scene, it needs to be documented. Yes, absolutely. Okay, let's continue with this.
broken status of it.
And actually, since we are like 5 minutes behind again, we're going to go back to 1.25, shall we?
The pieces that were missing, was it any more broken or any more pieces missing from it when you saw it on the 1st versus when you saw it on the 29th?
No.
And with respect to the taillight housing for that vehicle on that particular day, what, if anything, happened with it on that day, if you know?
The state police chemist, Ms. Hartnett, had it removed, which she brought to the lab herself.
So she had it removed it herself, and then physically took it with her when she left to the lab?
Yeah, it was with the assistance of a Canton police officer who had an auto body shop, so he's kind of well versed in cars, so he was able to assist the chemist with removing the housing unit.
Now, at any point in time on that day of February 1st, 2022, did you come into contact physically or otherwise with that tail light? Did you handle it in any way, shape, or form?
No.
Your Honor, if I may, with court's permission, I would request to publish. Give me one moment, Your Honor. I may have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Okay. Are we back? And I believe we are back. Okay.
Sally Board video.
Whoops.
With court's permission, if I could publish a portion of Exhibit 34,
Okay.
the Sally Board video. Ms. Gilman, if I could have from February 1st, 2022. At approximately 9:12 a.m.
Oh, there's actually a little bit of color in this one. This is like the night vision one, but there's actually some color.
You can just pause it right there. Okay. Your Honor, if I may, it may be easier and more visible with this particular video with the lights on.
Okay.
Try that.
Sure.
Trooper Proctor, directing your attention to what's up on screen is Exhibit 34. Do you recognize what's depicted on screen?
Yes, that's the Sallyport area, Canton Police Department, and Miss Reed's Lexus kind of roped off with yellow caution tape.
And this is the execution of that search warrant that you were speaking about before, as far as your presence and some of the other members of the state police and state police lab that you were talking about.
Correct.
And this gentleman, if you could run it from here. So while this is going, if I could just ask a couple questions as far as people within this video, do you recognize anyone in this video?
Yeah, myself, kind of the top of the screen. Trooper Zach Clark, we the one with the camera taking photographs of the vehicle.
Now, with reference to this video from the Sally Port Garage of Canton Police Department, what, if anything, did you learn over the course of this in regard to how that video is reported or how it's,
My understanding, it's motion
That
active.
means you can't answer.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You can ask a different.
I'm not sure there's anything said.
Oh, right. I'll strike if there was anything. But Mr. Lally, just ask a question, please.
with respect to this video, as far as the recording is set up, how is that activated, or how does it record?
Objection. Same question.
Yeah, how does he know that? It's sustained.
Have you watched this video or other videos from the Canton Police Department, Sally Port Garage?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you note with regard to timing? As far, there is a timestamp on the video, is that correct?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you note with regard to the timestamp on this video or the other videos that you observed with regard to how time moves throughout the video?
The timestamp on the video tends to pause, indicating it's motion activated.
It tends to pause. I'll strike it.
Right. Because he can't testify about, he's not an IT guy, can't testify about what exactly that means, what that causes, things like that. That's all testimony that you need through some sort of an IT expert. And he is not that. There is no foundation indicating as to why we should be able to trust his opinion as to what that means about the timestamp pausing. And also, yeah, El Borate, yeah, wasn't the earlier video blue? From the Sally Port, one was essentially all black with like some outlining, and then the other one was like a normal video, but it was otherwise inverted. It was inverted. So this is the same thing as the black one, but it's somehow a better quality as than earlier. But that one I don't think ever had blue timestamps on it. If it was frozen. Are we unfrozen now? Okay, are we back? Okay. Should be better. Okay, we are back. Great. Excellent. Okay. Sorry, guys. Okay. Now we should be back. Finally. We were back and then we were gone and then we were back. Okay. To answer this, just to quickly answer this question, this was the mostly black footage before. So I don't think it had blue on it, but I think that the other one definitely had a blue timestamp on it. I don't think this one did, but I might be wrong about that.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that. Thank you very much. Now, Trooper, with regard to that taillight that was then taken by Ms. Hartnett to the lab, is that correct?
Yes,
And at some point, that was returned to the custody of the state police, your detective unit.
correct.
And do you have that taillight housing with you today in court?
I do.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if the trooper could retrieve that.
Okay.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Probably easier that way. Sir, you can stay right there. Anything you and I, sir, do you recognize that?
Yes,
And what do you recognize that?
I recognize that to be the housing unit.
And as far as you're recognizing the housing unit, is there any sort of denotation or anything on the outside of that box indicating what's contained therein?
Okay, are we back? Sorry, guys. This is very frustrating.
There's a state
We're working with it.
police crime lab sticker with the number associated with it. It also indicates fragile and evidence tape that is initialed and dated as well when it's sealed up. And the sticker also says passenger side TA, indicating taillight.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, with court's permission, I would seek to admit and introduce that as an next exhibit.
Do you want it out of the box first, Mr. Jackson?
We could just take a quick look at it.
Sure.
With the court's permission, if the
Yes.
Is he gonna break it in the process of taking it out of the bag? Come on, man. What just fell out? Oh, geez.
Thank you, sir. Trooper, you can go ahead and put that back in the box. Thank you very much.
It feels like he's not handling it very delicately.
We need to mark that. And we're going to mark it twice, folks. We're going to mark the bag within the box, and we'll mark the box as well. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Trooper, if you could hand that to Madam Clerk.
Sorry, hold on. So it's going to be 544 and 544A.
You know what I mean? It was the A, the light, and the 44's bag.
We're not even putting it right on the light because it's broken.
Understood.
So we're putting 544 on the bag, 544A on the box.
Understood. Thank you.
Also, the Rubber Duck 77 question to Major LDN brought up a good point. Did it look like to you that the video was a different time? No snow on the ground or around the vehicle? Yeah, this is from February 1st. That this video that they just showed was from February 1st at 9:15 a.m. He said that was when they processed the vehicle.
544.
So they removed the taillight housing,
544A. Thank you.
all that kind of stuff.
Trooper, with respect to that item that's just been marked as evidence, is that essentially the condition that you observed it in both on January 29th and February 1st?
Yes. Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could ask just to publish what's been marked as Exhibit 147.
Okay.
Trooper Proctor, do you recognize on the screen?
See large pieces of it are missing.
Again, is that the same condition that you observed it both on February 1st, as well as January 29th, obviously minus the snow and the ice?
Yeah, minus the snow and ice, sir, yes.
Thanks. Mr. Newman, you can take that down, Mr. Officer. You can have the lights back up. Thank you. Now, if I can turn your attention to February 3rd of 2022. In the morning hours of that date, where did you go in regard to this investigation?
Sergeant Bukhenik, Trooper David Achico, and myself went to 34 Fairview Road along with Trooper Evan Brandt from Crime Scene Services to essentially dig out the snow in pursuit for more evidence.
Now, as far as you mentioned, as far as dig out the snow in pursuit of other evidence, what, if any, tools or implements did you and the other troopers bring with you in order to effectuate that on February 3rd?
We just had kind of standard snow shovels.
And with respect to that, as far as going back to 34 Fairview Road, and let me clarify as far as that's concerned. Prior to that date of February 3rd, 2022, had you been to 34 Fairview Road at any point in time in the course of your investigation?
No.
So that morning of February 3rd, that's the first time that you went?
Correct.
Now, with respect to, is that, how many times did you go to the area of 34 Fairview Road over the course of the next sort of days and weeks in regard to potential recovery of items?
So February 3rd, I retrieved items on the 8th, the 11th, and 18th, and it was out there on the 10th with Sergeant Bukhenik as well.
Now, as far as any of those occasions that you just described, that you went to the area of 34 Fairview Road, on any of those occasions, were you by yourself?
No.
And with respect to those other occasions, what type of people, or who was with you? I know you've mentioned on the 3rd, but beyond the 3rd, those other occasions that you described, who was with you?
On the 18th, I believe it was Trooper Chico, based on the handwriting on the evidence bag, kind of recognized his handwriting. And the other 2 dates, I don't recall who was out there with me.
Now, with respect to items that were located, starting with the 3rd, do you recall specifically what, if any, items were located on the 3rd?
We've located a black drinking straw, consistent with the one seen in the waterfall video of Mr. O'Keefe walking out of the bar holding the glass. We located his hat that had the American flag that was deep underneath the snow. As we were digging, we discovered that. We further discovered other pieces of plastic as well.
Now, as far as these return trips on successive dates to 34 Fairview Road, what was the reasoning behind that, or what was sort of the plan in reference to why were there so many different dates that you returned to 34 Fairview Road with other troopers?
So
I'm sure folks can come up with their own snarky reason as to why he went back to 34 Fairview Road, but let's see what he has to say.
after the 29th, there was close to 2 feet of snow that had fallen. And in the days and weeks that had followed, the temperatures ranged from 30 degrees up to 60 degrees. And there was about a half a dozen days mixed in of heavy rain. So as the snow started to melt, more evidence started to present itself.
So there were items that you recovered on the 3rd and then items you recovered on successive dates that weren't visible or you didn't see on the 3rd, correct?
Correct.
Now, if I could, keeping you on February 3rd, you mentioned that there was a Trooper Evan Brent that was present with you during the search on that day as well?
Yes.
Now, in addition to going to 34 Fairview Road, where else did yourself and Trooper Brent go on that particular day?
We traveled to One Meadows Ave, Mr. O'Keefe's residence.
And is that the first time that you had been to One Meadows Ave or Mr. O'Keefe's residence?
Yes.
Now, with respect to that residence, why is it that you and Trooper Brent went there on February 3rd?
We wanted to document Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle to show that there's no damage to it, as well as O'Keefe's ring video, particularly the one above the garage that displays the driveway. On the 29th at approximately 5:07 a.m., Ms. Reed's pulling her vehicle out of the garage door, backing up towards Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, and comes extremely close, if not slightly hitting the vehicle. So we wanted to at least go document that there was no damage to Mr. O'Keefe's car.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish that for the jury as far as what's been marked as Exhibit 6, video 153.
Okay.
Trooper Proctor, with regard to this ring video, how was this obtained, if you know?
So we first observed it through Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone on the Ring app, and then I wrote a search warrant for Ring itself.
And as far as the videos that you received from Ring, did they match what was on or what was viewable being the Ring app on Mr. O'Keefe's cell?
The videos on Mr. O'Keefe's app, yes, it was what Ring produced, matched.
So as far as any videos that were present that you received pursuant to the search warrant, or any videos that were not present, that was consistent with what you observed on Mr. O'Keefe's app on his phone?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if you could press play through here. Now, Trooper Proctor, with regard to this video, you've seen this before, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, at the point from this video, are you able to discern who the operator of that vehicle is?
Based off the attire, Ms. Reed driving.
Now, with respect to when that vehicle, the defendant's vehicle, if you could, there's a taser pointer up there in front of you on the desk. If you could, I would just ask you to draw the jury's attention to what many vehicles you observed in this video and whose vehicles you believe them to be.
So right there, it's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle and Ms. Reed's vehicle.
Now, as far as when those vehicles come close or come into contact with each other, as far as Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle is concerned, what, if anything, do you observe like on Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle at the time?
There's some snow you can see on the back window here, the bumper and the windows here is starting to be covered in snow.
And as far as when that vehicle comes close to or makes contact with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, what, if anything, do you observe the snow come off of the car at that point?
I do not know.
Now, with reference to the back area of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, specifically in the area of the ground, as far as that area on the ground, what, if anything, did you observe in reference to any red pieces or any pieces of taillight or plastic or glass or anything in that area that you observed on the scene?
So this area here is, you can see the white snow. There's no red pieces of taillight, which would show up in the contrast of the white snow.
Maybe if they're tiny pieces, maybe they wouldn't show up from that distance, from that angle, from that graininess. Maybe they would, maybe they wouldn't. Also, I mean, folks are pointing out in the chat, you can see here that there's quite a bit of red on that right rear tail light at this point. A lot more red than what he just showed in the courtroom.
Now, as far as the damage area that
Yeah, there's a lot more red on that than what he just showed in the courtroom.
discussing previous that you observed in the January 29th in the Sally Port, February 1st in the Sally Port, and then the item that was just marked as evidence. What, if anything, do you observe in the right rear passenger side taillight area of the defendant's vehicle from this video?
You can see the inconsistent lighting. If you compare it to the left versus the right, there's a gap right there.
If what you observed from that video, does that appear to be consistent with what you observed on January 29th at the Canton Police Department, February 1st, and in the item of evidence that was just marked?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Mr. Officer, we can have the lights back on. Thank you. Now, sir, you proceeded to One Meadows Ave for the first time on February 3rd. Is that correct?
Correct.
And Trooper Brent from Crime Scene was with you and took some photographs. Is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
And Trooper, I'm showing you a set of 10 photographs. You those look up when you're finished.
We're gonna, sorry. Let him look through those.
The front is, the first picture is the front door of Mr. O'Keefe's house, and it's also Mr. O'Keefe's Chevy Traverse.
May I approach, Ron?
Yes.
I'm up to introduce and admit as the next 10 exhibit.
No objection.
Okay.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could just have permission to publish just a few of those photos for the jury.
Okay.
Ms. Stillman, if I could have photographs 7752. Trooper Proctor, do you recognize what's up on the screen? It's now been marked as Exhibit 546.
Yes, Mr. O'Keefe's Chevy Traverse vehicle.
And with respect to this particular foreground here, if you could describe to the jury what we're looking at there.
So that is Mr. O'Keefe's driveway. You see two garage doors there that lead into the house. And above those garage doors is the ring camera.
Now, with respect to the rear of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, from your viewing of the video from Exhibit 6, from the ring video, video number 153, if you could, using that laser pointer, direct your attention to where it is on this vehicle that contact, if any, between this Reed's vehicle and Mr. O'Keefe's.
It would have been in this general area here.
And as far as your observations on that date,
What's the, hold on. Okay.
Okay, they're going to approach with an objection. So this is not Karen's car. This is John O'Keefe's car that we are looking at. We are about to catch up, so we're going to get back to normal pace.
You observed two occasions to make observations of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Is that correct?
Sorry, let me go back. Okay.
Trooper, when you were in the driveway of Mr. O'Keefe's residence on February 3rd, 2022, you had occasion to make observations of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, damage did you observe to the driver's side rear area of the vehicle?
I didn't observe any significant damage or any damage.
As far as the entirety of the vehicle, that was all photographed on that day by Trooper Brent. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it's memorialized in those photographs that were just presented to you. Is that correct?
Correct.
As far as your observations on that day or in those photographs, what, if any, damage did you observe to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
I did not observe any damage.
And Proctor?
Yes.
So there's another 8 photographs that I placed before you. Have you had a chance to review those?
Yes, sir.
And you recognize what's depicted in those 8 photographs?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to be?
More photographs of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle as well as the garage doors.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'll proceed to introduce the next exhibit.
Objection.
So the garage doors will probably be shown next. Okay, now we're live. Sorry, guys, it's going to be normal pace. And we can't fast forward through these moments. So, but we probably have about another 30 minutes of testimony before the quick lunch break.
It's 5:55.
Thank you.
It is interesting that
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish just a few of those to the jury as well.
Okay.
it is interesting that there's a very clear photo. Sorry. It is interesting that there's a very clear photo of his car when they examined it from whenever that was, showing no damage, but there, the stuff from like the morning of, the day of, other than what they showed in the Sally Port after it had been in the Sally Port for a while. Like his is a very clear photo. Her car, we don't have anything that clear to really show us definitively with a timestamp that was before it was taken into custody. Even though folks had access to it to be able to take a clear photo when they were investigating, when they were looking, I don't know, whatever. It's interesting that there happens to be a clear photo of this showing no damage. There's no clear photo of hers showing damage until it's been in the Sally Port for a while.
Depicted on the screen now is exhibit 559.
Yes.
And if you could describe to the jury what we're looking at in 559.
It's the rear bumper area of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle,
That's the driver's side or the passenger side?
the driver's side.
And what, if any, damage did you observe in that area of the vehicle on February 3rd when you were there?
No damage.
Now, with respect, Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7780. Next one, actually. And sir, do you recognize what's up on the screen and what's now been marked as exhibit 560?
Yes, those are the two garage doors of Mr. O'Keefe's house.
And what's contained up on that screen, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed in Mr. O'Keefe's garage doors on February 3rd?
Yes.
And with respect to those garage doors, what, if any, damage did you note or observe on those garage doors at any point when you were there on February 3rd?
I did not observe any damage to the garage doors.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, Trooper Proctor, subsequent dates following February 3rd, specifically February 8th, 11th, and 18th. Did you have occasion to return to 34 Fairview Road on those days?
I did.
And you had mentioned a little bit about sort of changes in the weather. What, if anything, sort of evolved as far as the weather was concerned between the dates of February 3rd when you were there and February 8th, 11th, and 18th?
Yeah, as I mentioned, the weather pattern had kind of fluctuated from 30 degrees up to 60 degrees with a handful of days of heavy rain mixed in. So that caused a lot of snow to melt as well.
And with respect to each of those respective days of February 8th, 11th, and 18th, what, if anything, did you observe or recover, you and the other troopers that were present on those days?
Yeah, it was further evidence that was originally buried under the snow because of the warm temperature and the rain and the snow melting kind of revealed itself. More pieces of plastic, clear and red.
Now, with respect to the residents at 34 Fairview Road, each of these times that you were at the residence, including February 3rd, where in relation to the house were these items observed and recovered by you and the other troopers on those respective days?
So if you're looking at 34 Fairview, looking at the front of the house, it's to the left side of the property between like the flagpole and kind of the fire hydrant in that general area, the front and left of the property.
Now, with regard to these three subsequent dates, as far as February 8th, 11th, and 18th, these items that were observed and recovered on those dates, where were they in relation to the roadway? Where were they in relation to the hydrant, the flagpole, other sort of markers in the area?
I don't specifically remember exactly if they were around the flagpole because the CERT team came and shoveled an area around. So that stuff had melted first because there was a lot less snow, and then they created more piles. But as far as the general area was by the flagpole and fire hydrant, it wasn't like on the other side of the property. It was in that general area.
And just with respect to those items, were they generally found, or were they specifically found either on the grass or the roadway area?
Grass.
Asphalt or grass is basically what
I'm sorry. Grass area.
And with regard to each of those items that were recovered on those three successive dates, as far as February 8th, 11th, and 18th, did you bring those items with you to court today as well?
I did.
May I approach you on?
Yes.
Has that bag, sir?
Oops.
I do.
You recognize that bag, sir?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
It's an evidence bag containing 3 smaller evidence bags.
And
Evidence backception.
For permission, if you could.
Hold on a second.
Thank you.
My apologies.
Go ahead.
With court permission, may the witness remove the 3 smaller bags from the larger bag?
Yes.
Trooper, if I could just, in succession, if I could ask you to please open the bag with respect to February 8th first. And before you do that, I apologize. With respect to that bag, what, if any, indication is there as to the contents there?
It says taillight, one large piece of plastic, color red, one small piece of red plastic, and one piece of black plastic. Located 34 Fairview Road, front lawn, left side.
Thank you, sir. If you could please remove those.
Just the way that he manhandles all of this stuff is just interesting.
Thank you, sir. You can place those back in the bag. I'm all to seek to introduce this next exhibit.
No objection.
Okay. Exhibit 563.
Sir, if I could ask you just to retrieve the bag that's marked, retrieve the bag of items that were seized on February 11th. And if you could read to the jury what the description is in regard to that evidence bag.
So it's 2 on the 11th. This one is described as glass fragments. I can't tell how many pieces. It's been taped over. The second bag from the 11th says 3 pieces of clear plastic, 5 pieces of red plastic.
And with the court's permission, may the witness remove those items from the bag.
All right.
Okay, now don't rattle this one around. You just try to gently take it out. There you go.
Smaller bag in here containing the glass. Cut that open as well.
I think that's sufficient.
We don't need the jury to actually see the evidence.
Madam Clerk, are you moving to introduce it?
Yes.
Madam Court Reporter, any objection? We can go ahead and open.
One object, but I don't know what's in that.
Go ahead and open.
There you go. Jackson was like, "Well, I don't know what's in that bag. How can I allow that to be admitted into evidence?" Fair point, right? We've got to see what's actually in it so that it can be properly admitted. It's bagception.
Right. These items appear to be just further on sealed up and wrapped up and
It's
Do you want him to open every one, Mr. Jackson?
yes.
Yes.
It's like, those Russian babushka dolls, right? Where one fits inside the other. That's what's going on here. Okay. We'll go back.
All right, so go.
I don't need a motion. No objection.
Okay. So now we're fine.
How many pieces are in there?
1, 2, 7.
The smaller bag will be 5.
Splits personality. Thank you.
Thank you.
Matryoshki
Brown
dolls.
bag will be 5.
That's the I think the more proper way of referring to those.
Trooper, if you could, the other bag from the 11th, if you could open that up and remove those items.
In a fun twist, he cuts right through the evidence with those scissors. And are these Uno cards? Uno reverse, placed in there by the defense. As a foreshadowing as to what's going to happen on cross-examination. That would be funny.
Thank you, sir. If you could put those back in the back. Your Honor, call multiple seat to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
It's 565.
He opens up this one. This is, no, I'm sorry. This is my
Lastly, sir,
lunch.
With regard to the back from February 18th, again, if you could read to the jury what's indicated as far as the contents therein.
Several pieces of red and clear plastic.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the witness remove
Yes.
the items.
Also, Jeff Hoff, thanks so much for the super chat. If you don't want it to look like a conspiracy, don't show witnesses not with the McCalverts seem credible and calm and other guys weaseling about. Also, maybe don't, admit evidence that is inverted, right? Just because. Thanks so much for the super chat. Also, how do you keep a Massachusetts State Trooper busy? Turn card over. How do you keep an idiot busy? Turn card over. That's funny. And also, Jeff Hoff, thank you so much for this previous super chat as well. Very kind of you. Thank you. Spunky nuggets, dead dove, do not eat. Well, I don't know what I was expecting. That, of course, is a fantastic reference to Arrested Development.
Those items to the back. And Your Honor, call multiple seat to admit as the next exhibit.
No objection.
Exhibit 566.
Here's the original bag.
Now, Trooper, with regard to each of those items from February 8th, 10th, and 11th, excuse me, forgive me, 8th, 11th, and 18th, those are all items that you recovered from the front lawn area of 34 Fairview Road. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what was just displayed to the jury is that essentially the condition that they were in when you recovered them on those respective dates.
Yes.
Now, if I could turn your attention just briefly regarding the search warrants in regard to the ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's house. Was that one search warrant or more than one search warrant that you did in respect to those ring videos?
There was a second
Whoop.
search.
Earbud down. We're switching. There we go.
Warrant for the ring videos for Mr. O'Keefe's house.
And if you recall, what was the general time frame that was asked for in that warrant as far as from what date to what date?
The second one, I believe, was January 30th to the 3rd or the 4th, I believe.
Was the first one essentially from the 24th to the 29th?
Yes.
Now, with respect to the video that you received in regard to the first search warrant to Ring, what kind of information did you receive from Ring as far as what beyond sort of the video itself? What, if any, other information did you receive as far as accounts or activity or anything like that?
It was just confirming that the user account was under Mr. O'Keefe's email, and then there was an Excel file where you kind of have to transcribe. So each video has about a 17-digit number associated with it, unique identifier. You take that 17-digit number and you got to convert it using these Excel files to get the date and time.
Now, with respect to what you received pursuant to the search warrant from Ring, was there any kind of activity log? And what I mean by that, what, if any, information did you receive as far as what sort of devices or how many different devices were able to access that footage?
Yeah, I wasn't able to obtain a activity log of who was using the device, what device was accessing the system. Something, if someone logged in, was not provided with any record of who was logging in on what day or time.
Now, are you familiar with the term, just as far as videos are concerned, or electronic devices, what's referred to as a digital footprint?
Yes.
Now, with respect to some of these, or the Ring videos in totality that you received and that you also viewed pursuant to the app on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, were there certain time periods where you would have expected to see video in which there was no?
Yes.
And can you describe for the jury sort of when those time periods were?
So the Ring camera above Mr. O'Keefe's garage, pretty sensitive, so it does not have Miss Reed arriving back at Mr. O'Keefe's house around 12:34 a.m. is approximately when she should have arrived. The only video, there's a gap from approximately 11:45 p.m. on the 28th to about 5:07 a.m. on the 29th when Miss Reed's backing out. It never has her pulling into the garage. And there's also a second video of Miss Roberts, Miss McCabe, and Miss Reed looking at the broken taillight in the morning.
What, if any, follow-up or inquiry did you make of Ring in regard to those missing videos?
I inquired several different times as far as if a video is deleted, is there some type of a record?
That was his inquiry. But next question, I'll allow that.
Now, as far as that term that you used before, as far as a digital, can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean?
Essentially, a digital footprint is if a video is created, it's going to leave some type of a record in the archives.
And what, if any, information did you receive from Ring as far as their videos, the system is concerned in regard to the digital footprint?
Not what anybody told you. What would you receive?
That if a video is deleted,
The objection system. I'm going to strike that.
So that's too much of a conclusion. That's too much of an opinion for him to say that it was deleted if he doesn't have any information actually telling him that it was deleted. That's just something that he's sort of speculating. So that's why that was objected to and properly sustained.
Upon your further inquiry of Ring, were you ever able to obtain any video from those specific sections where you anticipated video would be?
no.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 16th, 2024. Do you recall that date?
Oh, if folks are hearing, that might actually be Mr. Bytes. Give me one second. If folks are hearing some other conversation in the background, give me, like I said, give me 1 second. Sorry about that. Mr. Bites is on the phone, so that may have been what folks are hearing. Okay, we are back.
I do not, sir.
At some point over the course of your investigation, were you made aware of forensic evidence in relation to the taillight housing that was introduced earlier as an exhibit?
Yes.
And with respect to that, at some point, did you have occasion to meet with a Sergeant Brian Gallerani of the Canton Police Department?
Yes.
And where was that?
In the DA's office.
And who, if anyone else, involved in this investigation, as far as yourself, was Sergeant Bukhenik with you there as well?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did Sergeant Gallerani do with respect to yourself and Sergeant Bukhenik on that date in January of 2024?
Sergeant Bukhenik and I voluntarily provided our DNA for comparison testing.
And again, taking me to my next point, that was a voluntary decision that both you and Sergeant Bukhenik made as far as availing yourself or availing of that particular testing.
Correct.
And as far as the testing or this, do you know how that was, or can you describe to the jury sort of how that sample was collected or how it was conducted?
Essentially, it's just a swab of the mouth under the tongue with like it's basically just like a little pad on a stick, and you get swabbed, and that's how the DNA or saliva is collected.
And as far as those samples that were collected from both yourself and Sergeant Bukhenik on that particular day, where did they go from there as far as you know?
It was my understanding they went to the Bodie lab in Virginia.
And I'm sorry, what I should have asked just prior to that, as far as when they left from the room that you were in with Sergeant Gallerani, did you take those swabs, or did Sergeant Gallerani take those swabs,
No.
or where did they go?
Sergeant Gallerani took possession of those items.
Thank you. Now, sir, with reference, over the course of your investigation, you interviewed a number of different witnesses, correct?
Yes.
And from the witnesses that you, were there witness interviews that were conducted outside of your presence in the sense that you weren't there for those particular witness interviews?
Yes.
And each of the interviews that you're aware of, whether they were conducted by you or outside of your presence, were done, with the exception of the current, done with more than one trooper present, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to those witness interviews that you were present for, from the witnesses that you spoke with, along with other troopers that were present with you, who, if any, of those witnesses had you met, or were you did you know prior to the interview that you conducted?
Yeah, so all the witnesses that I had interviewed, the only individuals that I know or had met prior to this investigation was Julie and Chris Albert and Colin Albert.
And how is it that you knew Julie Albert, Christopher Albert, and Colin?
So my sister coordinated her friend growing up, Jillian. Jillian's sister's Julie. My sister got to know Julie Albert, Julie Daniels, her maiden name, through her friend Jillian. Julie married Chris Albert. So my sister got to know Chris through Jillian and Julie. And then years down the road, my sister had Julie babysit my nephew. Julie would come from time to time and pick up my nephew from school. So that's how they kind of became friendly. And on occasion, they would be over my sister's house or at my parents' backyard, Julie and Chris and their kid Colin, and I would happen to be there.
Let me ask it this way: as far as where did you grow up?
Canton.
And did you graduate from Canton High School?
Yes.
And as far as any of the witnesses that you interviewed, even the Alberts that you were just talking about, Christopher, Julie, and Colin Albert, were they around the same ages as you, or went to high school with you at the same time?
No.
How much older than you would Julie and Chris Albert?
At least 10 years.
And as far as Colin Albert, what's the age difference between yourself and him?
At least 20.
Fair to say around this time of January 2022, do you know how old Colin was, or what level of school he was at that point?
It was senior in high school, I believe.
Is that something that you learned through this investigation, or something that you knew independently?
Something I learned through this investigation.
Now, obviously, you grew up in Canton, and your sister did as well?
Yes.
And your sister's name is Courtney, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the age difference between yourself and your sister Courtney?
She's 2 years older than me.
And how close are you and your sister?
She's probably one of my best friends. We talk about 5-6 times a day about anything and everything, as far as like mostly our children.
And she has, how many children does your sister?
She's got 2.
And about how old are they?
10 and 7.
And you have children as well?
I do.
And how old are they?
2 and 4.
Now, with respect to the conversations that you have with your sister about 5 or 6 times a day, how do you have those conversations? Is it via voice call or in person or text, or if you know?
Everything, FaceTime, phone calls, text messages. We're always kind of keeping each other up to date on mainly our kids.
Now, as far as Julie and Christopher Alberts, when did you interview them in relation to this incident?
Sometime in February. I'd have to look at my report for the exact date.
Sometime in, say, early to mid-February?
Yes.
And with respect to them, who, if anyone else, was present with you when you interviewed?
Sergeant Bukhenik.
And do you recall where you interviewed, where the interview took place?
Yes, it was at their home.
Now, prior to this date that you went over to interview Christopher and Julie Albert, had you ever been over to that house before?
No.
Had you ever been over to any home where Christopher and Julie Albert have resided then or previously prior to that date?
No.
Had Christopher or Julie Albert, to your knowledge, ever been over to your home?
Okay. I think internet is back. Perhaps, maybe not. Okay, we are back.
Christopher and Julie Albert, and Colin Albert, will throw him in there as well. How would you sort of describe your relationship with them prior to January 29th, 2022?
I'd classify it as
Okay, so we are back. Nothing has happened from when she said, let's take our lunch. So let's see here. Now we're live. They're approaching the judge for something or other, but we are back to live. Jury's out to lunch. So we've got about 30 minutes before we resume with more testimony. We're going to get some questions before we go. Also, if you are here and you haven't done so already, I didn't say this at any point in the stream so far, but if you haven't done so already and you're enjoying the stream, please do hit the like button. It really does help us with those YouTube algorithm gods. Yes, that would be great, because then more people can, the YouTube can push it out. We can, to more people, more folks can join us, all that kind of good stuff. So, all right, folks, let's get some questions, shall we? Oh, did you guys miss when she said that they were going to go to lunch? And also, thank you for the reminder about the poll. I will end that now. All right. Before we get to questions, let's do the poll. Going into day 22, how do you lean regarding KR's murder charge? 80% said not guilty. 15% said need more information. 3% said guilty. And this is 1,600 votes. So, okay. That's a little bit of movement here. Okay, cool. That means we're moving more in the direction of people saying not guilty, which is very interesting. I wonder if that's going to change more after Trooper Proctor testifies. Cool. All right, let's get to some questions, shall we? And once it gets to the fan, then we will. Well, I'll take this off the screen, but while they're showing anything in the courtroom, I'll keep that up. Darth Horse Question, if you are Lally, do you make sure this direct goes the rest of the day to limit cross? Not necessarily. I don't know that he can go the rest of the day. I mean, there's just a lot. There's a lot for him to go over, but there's a lot of time in this day. And he started relatively early in the day with this testimony. So, yeah, I don't know. Because sometimes it's better for the prosecutor or for the defense to, it's better for the prosecution if the defense starts their cross-examination and then they don't finish, they have to kind of ramp up again from the beginning. The next Okay. Sorry about that freezing again. Okay, now Spunky Nuggets question, can the lawyers use recording devices to record testimony or do they have to rely on their notes? They actually are able to get transcripts at the end of the day. So usually what will happen is at the end of the day, someone from both legal teams is going to make requests from All right, cool. We are back. So they'll request a transcript so that somebody in the back will be keeping track of everything that's come in so that they can use things for closing arguments. They've got somebody, they should have somebody who's like in the back that is going to be going through that to make sure that, because in order to be able to argue it at closing argument, and it has to have come in through some kind of testimony, through evidence that was admitted, things like that. So yeah. So that's usually what they are going to have access to. Jerry Roth question, Legalbytes, if a witness already answered a question before the attorney asked, does the attorney still have to ask the question? I mean, if the answer already came in through another question that was already asked, they don't necessarily have to ask the question, but typically if there's no question pending, the witness is not supposed to be giving an answer to anything. They're not supposed to be testifying. Mr. Baker, Legalbytes, would Proctor still be able to plead the fifth on cross with testifying like this on direct? If he does, everything gets tossed. Everything he testifies to gets tossed. And then it looks very, very suspicious if that happens. Just Jesse, question. IDK, I don't know if it's been answered, but was the taillight in pieces broken off all tested for any of John O'Keefe's DNA, and what was the results? So they testified that they did some swabs for human DNA underneath the car, for example, on the tailpipe and on like a couple parts of the undercarriage. But I don't think that they swabbed the actual taillight itself for DNA, human DNA. That was my understanding, was that it was limited to the parts of the undercarriage. Just Jesse, question. Have any of these officers in question of corruption given a lie detector test? I don't know, but lie detector tests are not allowed to be admitted as evidence because they are very faulty. Very faulty indeed. So here we go. We'll do it like this. And let's see. Let's get it back to live. Okay, now we're at the spinny fan. Okay, so we can do that. Yeah, so lie detector test doesn't matter because it wouldn't be admissible anyway. Mr. W, Legalbytes, I think the defense has painted this guy as the main villain of the story. He definitely is the boogeyman. I agree. If he comes across as believable, this could be a huge blow to the defense. Absolutely. I completely agree. This is very, important for the defense that he comes out not smelling like roses. So let's see really quickly here. Yeah, if he comes out smelling like roses, that's really bad for the defense because, you know, like I said at the beginning of this trial, those opening statements are a series of promises that have been made by both sides. And if we get to the end and the jury says, you promised me that Trooper Proctor was going to be the boogeyman, the villain, the bad guy here, and that he was going to have done all of this kind of shady stuff, and I don't think he was so shady like what you said he was, that's they're gonna you know, that's going to ultimately harm the defense's case because the jury's going to look at that and say like, all right, you made all these promises, you didn't keep them. And that can have a huge impact, and if not all of the impact, on who wins. Jeff Hoff, Legalbytes. So Barros said small crack, right? Does CW expect us to now believe Proctor that large pieces were missing? The jury's going to do what they will with that inconsistency. That is a material inconsistency, and by a police officer who notably is not part of Canton PD. That's the other part. This is why they didn't even bother cross-examining, because why would they? His testimony was perfect for the defense. This is a non-Canton PD, non-Massachusetts State Police trooper who like knows anyone apparently involved in this case. He's from Dighton, which is 30 minutes away, apparently. And he testified that it was a small crack, that it was just maybe missing a couple small pieces. That's a big problem for the prosecution. And like I said, the jury's going to do what they will with that inconsistency. Dionysia Jaclo, if no cross today, maybe you can do a recap today 22 and 23 together so we can have all his statements in a single video. Is that possible? Thanks for the recaps, either way. No problem. The recaps, especially when it comes to full day testimony recaps, they tend to be a bit longer. So putting 2 full days together, that would end up being like perhaps an hour and a half, 2 hour long recap video, which is a lot. So I would prefer to break them up day by day, but we'll see. We'll see. Kings and Queens, Legalbytes, how much trouble do you think Proctor's in? Depends on his testimony at the end of the day. That really, really depends. I couldn't say at this point. Larry Huffin questioned the left tail light has a clear part to it, also looking broken. That's what we're seeing on the right side. It's not broken, clear red and black plastic. That's the other issue with the whole inverted video footage, the inverted surveillance video footage from the Sally Port, is that, to me, I remember looking at that and being like, oh, there's a lot of white on that tail light. Back before we realized that back before it was confirmed that it was in fact inverted. So we were looking at the left tail light, the one that wasn't broken, as opposed to the right tail light that was broken. It was somehow whether cracked or shattered, however you see it at that point in time. So looking at that and saying, oh yeah, there's actually some white coming from that seems to have been broken. And then realizing, no, that's not the one that's broken. That's the one that's intact. It kind of makes you go back and question, like, okay, so there should be some white coming from this, even when it's not damaged. It kind of makes you question how much of this footage that I've seen so far, looking at the right side, is white coming out because it's supposed to be that way, or white coming out because it's been broken somehow. So it makes you sort of go back and question that. That's the other part of why that can backfire for the prosecution by showing this footage in the way that. So yeah, fun. Okay. Well, right. Moving on down. The Rubber Duck 77. Could he see big pieces missing, or is it caked in snow? Can't have it both unless he has x-ray vision. Maybe, playing devil's advocate, maybe he can see that there's certain layers to it being caked and there's grooves or something. I don't know, but that's a good point. Elena, question. Could it be that the judge is biased toward the defense because they're out-of-town big buck lawyers? It's not right, but I'm thinking. I mean, Possibly, but keep in mind the defense has they're not all out of town lawyers, right? There's one. Alan Jackson is an out of town lawyer. David Giannetti is from Boston. He's from that area. So he's the local attorney. But yeah, I don't think that a judge is going to be biased towards an outside lawyer, if anything. Jonathan Willig, question, showing my own ignorance, but he admitted to confiscating the phone and SUV prior to having warrants. Is that not a fruit from the poisonous tree, or are they allowed to seize property without a warrant? So they need a warrant, but not always. If the person who owns that phone or owns that SUV gives it willingly, they consent to the search, they don't need a warrant. Cops never need a warrant if somebody consents to it. That's why a lot of lawyers say, if cops want to talk to you, don't talk to them. Tell them don't allow them into your home unless they have a warrant. Don't allow them in. Don't willingly give any kind of a statement, because then you are consenting to it. They are allowed to use that if you have consented to it. So same thing here. By all indications here, I don't think that it's been explicitly stated, but it hasn't really been challenged by the defense. Like the defense hasn't said like, well, she never agreed or something, or you took it without her consent or anything like that. There hasn't been anything like that. So my understanding based on that implication is that means that she actually consented to both of those, both to them taking the SUV and her cell phone. So, and this is what happens, oftentimes before someone has an attorney, and they, especially if they are the kind of person that wants to be cooperative, they want to look like they're being cooperative, but it can really bite you in the ass quite a bit. Janet G, can you review this week's schedule? I forgot which days are half and non-court. Yes, I will review that right now. So obviously today we're in court, and today's a full day of testimony. Tomorrow, no court. Wednesday, full day. Thursday, half day. Oh, wait a second. Is it half day or full day? Wait, let me review. Hang on. Let me go back to my notes. I was just about to say half day, but yes, sorry. Thursday, Friday. So, okay. Sorry. Let's review. Let me go back. Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday are all full days. Tomorrow, Tuesday, no trial. So keep that all in mind. We've got some long days ahead. And Friday, I will not be able to stream it because I will be flying. I will be in an airplane, in a chair in the sky, so to speak. And I won't be able to stream it, unfortunately, but I will be able to recap it. So that will be happening as well. Okay. Just Jesse, question. When the SUV was pulled into the Sally Port, someone did take a pic with flash in the very front grille. Why didn't they take a pic with glass on the rear, and specifically the tail light? Yeah, I mean, they did take a picture eventually of the taillight, but yeah, I mean, the timing of them taking a direct photo of the taillight, it's very interesting. It's interesting that they didn't seem to do that. Jerry Roth, Legalbytes, is it a good idea to look like Agent 47 from the Hitman series when people don't trust you? Well, to be fair, that's just the way that that he looks, right? He can't necessarily control that, but I will say that we have that was the nickname. Agent 47 was also the nickname that a lot of us gave to one of the defense attorneys in the Kyle Rittenhouse trial, who was a fantastic shark of an attorney, had some of the best cross-examinations that I've ever seen. They're right up there with Alan Jackson's cross-examinations. The name escapes me at the moment, but I'm sure it'll come to me like during the break, I'm sure, or someone in the chat will let us know. But he was amazing, and also very much worthwhile going and watching his cross-examinations in that trial if you haven't seen them already. Alexander Houghton, question. I thought they did have a log in activity. No. So this was something that was requested by the police from the Ring Corporation. This came up in Bukhenik's cross-examination, and the Ring Corporation did not provide any kind of an activity log. Now, why didn't they provide that is unclear. Don't know if it's just because they didn't have one to provide, maybe because there was no data that would have populated it, or if they somehow withheld it, or there was some kind of a mistake. That's unclear, but they did not provide anything that showed that there was any sort of access by anyone. So, and obviously something like that would be outside of the control of the defendant. You know, this is, she doesn't work for the Ring Corporation or anything like that, right? So that's a third party that provided that entirely independently. Mike Olson, Legalbytes, I asked if you could play a part of a video from another channel in a break so that the chat could comment. It's the XDEA. Say what a source said. Is it out of line? If so, say so. No, no problem about that. Not that it's out of line. YouTube does not allow non-mods to put links in the chat. So generally speaking, it's just not going to show up. So I haven't seen anything come up in the chat with any kind of links. And it's really like to prevent people from posting spamming links for like unsavory websites and things like that. But it's generally speaking any websites unless it's a mod posting it. So it's just oh, dang it. Life on Makeup. Legalbytes said half day tomorrow. Judge said at opening. Okay. I definitely missed that. I am oh yeah, okay. So then yeah, I'll still be able to stream it. All right. Well, we're going to roll with it. And then it must be because of the the extra voir dire tomorrow. So we'll see. So yeah, but about the video, if there's time, but I also have to look at it ahead of time to make sure that it's okay to use and all that kind of stuff. So yeah. I will try. The Young Jerks, Sean McDonough, retired supervisory special agent, supports Karen Reed. 2 to 3 minutes. He says something KR said in the same joke clip. I mean, I'm gonna have to check that out and view it first before showing it. So if I have time, I will. But we're already almost through the lunch break at this point, and I've got a bunch of questions to answer. So I will try, but I can't guarantee it. Daniel Nagy, question. Interesting how troopers and cops handling the evidence in rubber gloves and then give it to the court reporter to handle with bare hands. Is this proper handling of the evidence? For forensic purposes, right? So I don't know. I mean, it does look kind of silly in front of the jury, though. Doctor Who 8675309. Legalbytes, you're underestimating Lally's ability to waste time with needless questions. Fair enough. Dan Leach, what, if any, odds are there for KR to take the stand? What could we expect from her testimony? I don't know. I still, at this point, I don't see the need for her to. Okay, there we go. Now we should be back. All right. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. At this point, I don't see the need for her to testify. So yeah. Joshua Marshall, question. Do we know if Proctor Seuss wrote a book about Julia and Julie? That's pretty funny. El Borate, can we get a Don't Be Suspicious for the morning stream? Yeah, why not?
suspicious. Don't be 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 suspicious.
John Ralphio?
Alrighty. Nico Kiski question. So if Proctor would plead the fifth, all the stuff he has already testified to would go away too. Is that what you mean? Yes. Yes. Everything would be stricken from the record. Janet G, honestly, I can't believe this case made it through the hearing and decided to continue with charges. There's so much reasonable doubt. Yeah. Yeah. So far, there's a lot for me as well. El Borey, why does grand jury work the way it does? Seems dumb when there's no defense to cross-examine. Because you don't need to try the case before you try the case. You first have to determine whether or not this is a triable case. So that's why the standard is much lower. It's kind of similar in civil litigation. Like the pleading stage is very low, but as you get closer to trial, you have a higher and higher burden for the plaintiff to jump over in order for it to continue to proceed all the way to trial. Sharply opinionated question. Isn't it strange that they have a body found on a lawn, then all Leos leave the area without guard for hours and hours before coming back for team search? It is weird. I agree. It is very weird. Hawk Wind, Legalbytes, I may not be seeing it right. Defense has really torn series up. Is that Blake? Colin Alberts, but I'm not seeing the prosecution getting much done. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Sharply opinionated. Do they not have to inform Karen that they might use all the evidence they might find on both SUV and phone might be used against her? Plain and simple Miranda rights. No. So Miranda rights have to do with an in custody interrogation or interview. So if she is in custody, that's the only way that gets triggered. And it's based on her statements that are made to the police. So otherwise, any sort of evidence, any sort of search, any sort of anything, if she consents to that, there's no Mirandizing that situation. It's different. It's different than when they have her in custody, whether that is at the station or someplace else where they've got cuffs or they otherwise tell her that she's not allowed to leave. Then that's where she's in custody, and then they start questioning her. That's when they have to Mirandize her. The Rubber Duck 77, I thought the testimony of Ring was that they did have it in the Dropbox, but the witness said he didn't know about that. He just knows what he was given. I thought that the testimony was that that they were not provided it at all. That was my understanding from the cross-examination. But, maybe you're right. Maybe I'm wrong. I cannot, that can definitely be the case for sure. Just Jesse, Legalbytes. I thought AJ said Ring sent a Dropbox with 3 things they requested, and activity log was one of them. Okay. So maybe I'm wrong about that. Could be. Jonathan Willig, question, is the defense allowed to ask about internal affairs or FBI cases opening investigation to the Proctor? No, that's an entirely separate thing. That's definitely much more prejudicial than probative, because that's an investigation by an entirely different body. So it doesn't make anything more or less likely to be the case in this particular case, just because another governmental body is investigating it. Mark O'Hara, Legalbytes, is the poll based on whether you think she's guilty or what the jury verdict will be. It is what individuals think on their own that what it should be. So as opposed to what the jury will actually do. So what I want to know on this is what folks are thinking personally should happen if they were a juror. El Borate, wouldn't celebrate be a violation of attorney-client? Well, it depends on what they are actually extracting. So if they are finding text messages between Karen Reed and her attorneys, and they are deciding they're deciding to extract those and examine those, etc., then yes, those are any communications between her and her attorney that are about her representation are strictly privileged. Very, very strictly privileged. Steph maybe question Legalbytes question if KR was just released from a section 12, according to Yuriy Bukhenik, had been treated carefully because of the traumatic events she was dealing with, would she have been considered in right mind? I mean, that on its own is not enough for me to make a determination that she was not of sound mind, because she could have been released and, you know, had some time to recover with her parents and been in a relaxed state of mind. But, you know, I don't know, maybe she could have been, maybe she, you know, had been given some drugs to relax her or something like that. And so, you know, she was drugged up, but like, there hasn't been any sort of testimony at this point that she was still traumatized, that she was in a heightened state, that she was, you know, operating with drugs in her system from the hospital or anything like that. So there hasn't been any sort of testimony to put that into question. So, you know, I wouldn't want to be making any sort of conclusions about that without any sort of evidence or testimony or what have you about that. But maybe the defense will put that into question at some point. I don't know. Sharply opinionated question. Didn't Yuriy state that they had to wait for Dighton police to show up because Proctor said they were already there when they and Yuriy arrived? Yeah, I mean, that might be a slight inconsistency, but to me, that's not the kind of inconsistency that really matters, because it's a distinction without a difference that I like to say, right? There's different kinds of inconsistencies. There are the ones that are pretty material that we really care about, and then there are the ones that are just kind of like, you know, a slight ordering of who showed up first before one another, you know, whether it was Dighton police or you know, Trooper Bukhenik and Trooper Proctor. We don't really care about that kind of a detail. And that's something that could fairly easily get mixed up, especially a couple of years down the line from someone's memory. So, you know, yes, we do care about inconsistencies, but that's not one that really makes that much of a difference to at least to me anyway. Buttercup 203 question: what exactly is different in Proctor being detective for the DA, which he said he was, versus detective for Canton or state? I think that's just what he's testified to, what he's doing now. So that's the difference there. Let's see here. And I think that's it. All right, Draco Amy, go get some lunch, hydrate, rest. Thank you. And we are going to be, we'll be taking a quick break, and then we'll be coming back as soon as we've got some more testimony to watch together. So with that, I'm going to end the stream. Thank you so much for joining me, everybody. We're going to get some stretching in here, some stretching, some snacks, some hydration. And I'll see you guys very soon. Otherwise, thank you to everybody. Thank you for all the super chats, all the chats, the super chats, the membership purchases, and of course, thanks to the mods for everything. And I'll see you guys really soon. So this is going to replay right into the next stream, and then we're going to go from there. All right, see you guys.